Fixed it. Don't worry, everybody. I figured out how to play the game.
Yay!
Yay! Here we go. We got it.
Guys, get to the VTOL.
I figured it out.
Right on.
We did it.
Let's get oot. Oot and
Now
a
we
boot.
can kill some floors. For realsies.
Kill some floors.
So, I was looking over the codex. Like 90% of the enemies in the game are weak to fire, except for like anything large. Like
That kind of makes sense why I was having a pretty easy time with Firebug.
Husk, Flesh Pound, Scrake, Impaler, Chimera, all of them are resistant to fire. The only one weak to fire is the Crawler Queen. I'm just like, damn, fire's useful against everything else in the game.
It's a pretty strong utility element, yeah.
Oh my god, I can't afford my pistol. That's funny.
Oh,
That's a shame.
I guess I can get flatline.
Do you like my my gamer card panel?
The gamer card panel?
Yeah, my gamer card panel. This. Oh, I'm not my usual, so it's not the skulls, right? So it's just this normal ones. I gotta go back to Commando. I'll show you what it is after this match.
Oh, I didn't realize it changed per character. That's interesting.
It does.
Oh.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
I'm sure they'll fix that once they decouple everything with the classes and the characters, but yeah, for now it just seems to be linked to each one.
Sorry, I don't like those red lights there,
Zeds.
so I murder them. Man, I love that you can just like multi-tool everything on the map slowly, and then everyone gets the ability to use it.
Oh yeah, speaking of, this turret's hot. Here they come.
Oh yeah.
Oop, I got a full crest on me. Thanks, Luke. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, this game apparently takes place in like the 2090s, and Horizone's been doing this for at least 2008, with the clot being introduced then, so...
Yeah.
Almost 100 years this whole thing's been going on for.
Just get punching that one.
Sometimes you just gotta punch them.
Yeah.
Beat the crap out of them. I like whacking them with my guns.
Yeah. It's a satisfying
so
feeling.
satisfying.
Exactly.
Also, if you don't take off their head, they might keep crawling toward you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Pull behind
that's
us.
something, that souls are burning.
Yeah, that's true. It was really an issue with the ninja more than anything else.
Yeah, the ninja every time. I was like, oh crap, it's crawling!
Oh.
Oh, ouch.
Why are you critical over there?
Alright, we got the husk here.
It's fine. I didn't burn myself.
Oh no, Artistic's at critical.
Oh.
Artistic's in danger, yeah.
Yeah. Got a bloater looking thing.
You know, it's a shame we can't heal our teammates anymore, just ourselves.
Yeah, only
Yeah.
the medic can. Oh, it's a husk. Okay. He was probably up on a building somewhere. There we go.
Alright, I'm gonna activate the zipline for later.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And our trader's over here this way, so if you want to take it.
Oh, that's the zipline that goes this way. I thought it was the one that went to the other side of the train. I'm like, I better not take that.
No, you're good. Okay, usually I just go with upgrading my armor for my first round.
Beam crosser, sure. Oh yeah, I forgot I have the boss bashing extended battery, so it does 30% more damage to bosses specifically.
Sweet.
That's
Only good for that one wave, but man, when it comes, it sure
Yeah.
hits.
That's good.
I'm
hold on.
out of the monies, but that's okay. Looks like it's ready to blow.
What, this?
It looks fine, right?
No, it's fine, yeah. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Just don't worry about it. I'll take care of the Zeds.
I found
Mhm.
the area with like the raised platform just inside the factory was one of my favorite spots to hold down.
I guess it encourages more cooperation. So run by heal. No run by heals. Oh yeah. I probably to make healer a lot more useful or more reliable.
There's also a lot of room down here to run around, so it's not the worst either.
That's it.
Mm,
Eyes
yeah.
closed.
I didn't misclick. Don't look at me.
I didn't misclick, you misclick.
Bum, 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 bum.
Can you put
No.
it away for extra recovery speed too, I think?
Cancel. Yeah, actually, you can. That's good. Oh, behind me.
Who you gonna call? Zed Busters! I ain't afraid no Zed.
I sure ain't.
Honestly, such a cool weapon. The ziplines are so great for like getting away.
Yeah, they are
I
good.
love that they added that.
Get Jeffrey card.
Does this count as ironic?
Oh, hi!
Oh,
Oh god.
zipline! Woo! And I can gas grenade from the zipline too.
Oh god. Oh god, get it out.
we
Oh,
all
God.
took the zipline, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah. I want you take Taylor. There we go.
Oh, bat siren. No. No. Okay. No screaming.
Behind us, guys.
The only problem with this gun is it's all single target damage.
Yeah, but if it chews through your enemies fast,
Ah!
such a thing.
Oh, that siren's still alive.
I hate zombies in this game. They're like actually really
I hate
dangerous
them.
now. Like,
Yeah.
oh, they're so annoying.
I have all my perks on healing grenades, so that's why I want to switch to a healing grenade gun real fast.
Shit husk. Oh, there's too much. Yeah, alright. I'm okay.
Ooh.
We have one more Z
Oh,
left.
you can also hold F to see where the next trader is.
Great work, but let's
Haha.
not break out the champagne just yet.
Also have a good lurk.
I found it out by accident, and it was like, because I was trying to mess with my flashlight.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that, you know, best discoveries are made by accident.
Hey, Calfira, have you jumped on Killing Floor 3 yet? I feel like that would be right up your
I
alley.
think you would absolutely love this game, and if not this one, I'm just saying the second one is like $3. At least it keeps going on sale for that much. I'm always willing to kill some floors.
Yeah.
It's always a good time killing floors.
Acquisition.
It really is.
Yeah. I'm gonna double upgrade my armor.
Oh,
All the way up to blue tier.
Taking the bone
Yeah.
breaker. Now I don't have enough for the autofill.
This hallway's great, because you got a turret right here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And a zipline and a turret right here, which is like...
Yeah, speaking of, let me
Oh,
activate
and
this
a
right now.
fan down there if you ever need a fan.
Yeah.
You crashed.
Oh.
Who crashed? Artistic?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no.
So, wait, so are you burning corpses? What's your quest here, by the way?
Oh, I just have to survive. Oh, I have to survive the queen.
Okay, yeah, so you did... So, burning corpses saved, I guess. That's good.
Yeah.
So hopefully Artistic... Well, I mean, I assume if it's like the other Killing Floors, Artistic should be able to just rejoin.
Mm-hmm.
I wound up taking the tool up perk that you were looking at yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very good. I'm
It's so
upgrading
good.
it now.
It was the one I
So,
used
now-
during the first beta all the time.
I can see why. Yeah, that is just so amazing because you got all this stuff here to get activated. You use the tool gun.
What? Did that bloat just like chuck a body across? What the heck was that?
I just dare see it.
Oh, the spiders can crawl up the walls to us. They were crawling on. Yeah, there they are. Get off the walls.
I also have to say about the crawlers, they now are actually kind of dangerous. Not that they weren't like ever, but in this iteration, like they can just
Oh, yeah.
go wherever.
They're freaky little fucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't escape them.
They're like, how do we make the arachnophobia things more arachnophobia?
Oh, they really nailed it. I have to say.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't say I'm arachnophobic, but I really do not like that queen. Like, oh, I could only imagine how it affects people that are.
Also, it turns
Like,
out the
definitely
problem.
terrified, yeah.
Turns out the problem was just the resolution, I guess. So I might even be able to turn up my graphics again between rounds.
Great.
Yeah, I just realized it turned mine all the way up again, which usually isn't much of an issue, but with streaming, I want to keep it down a bit.
One more.
Got him.
It was just because I was playing at 2K, I guess, even though I was streaming at 1080p.
Ah. So
I do the least damage to the bloats with this gun, so, unfortunately.
It always
But,
is.
Alright, that's fair.
oh god, hey buddy. I can stun lock them, that's about it.
That might require a hard struggle.
That's one of my favorite part about this gun is if it starts taking enough damage, it just stun locks the thing it's attached to.
I realize this is a bloat wave.
Yeah.
That's right.
POS authentication has failed. You won't be able to join nothing.
Oh, really?
That's nice.
I can try inviting between the waves to see if like an invite lets it go through. Because it might also had to do with the fact that your character was still standing there for most of the wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't moved much, so your body's still pretty much reserved. Nice.
Still at the trader.
It was, yeah. I think it finally did disconnect a bit.
Who saw that?
Just gonna take a moment to enjoy the quiet.
Let me know if anyone's out of syringes, by the way, because I have 2 syringe bags.
Alright.
Okay, let me just hop here, and then I will go to escape and invite artistic, meet the party. There we go, see if that worked. I do really want to try my morphine mister.
I don't want any part of your elephant morphine.
What do you mean? It's just the morphine mister. It's not. Give me that. My elephant morphine's on my pistol.
You know, that's not sanctioned by any kind of scientific medicine.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try it. Let's upgrade. I haven't actually messed around with this gun at all, so doesn't have as many grenades, but it should pack more punch.
All right.
But yeah, I sent an invite artistic, I think.
Yeah, I haven't seen
I don't
them
think
come
it-
back.
I can get in, I don't think.
No?
Did you say it was like EAC? Did your EAC anti-cheat crash?
EOC or
Cause-
something like that?
Because EAC is the anti-cheat program. It won't let you play online unless
Why?
that's running.
Why not? Chaos.
But I save you with fire. Fire
Yeah,
is
you're right.
friends.
It should start up again if you reboot the game, or it should try to launch easy anti-cheat again.
I'll help this way.
Oh, heck yeah. Grinding time.
Oh, I
Put
didn't
him in
get
a
to shoot that one.
blender.
Oh man, the slow-mo gore is so good.
Yeah.
I love when it, like, I know it breaks the fan, but I love when a flesh pound or a straight goes into the blender and it just like explodes.
Oh yeah.
I just did it on the previous run. But yeah, you're right. It does just destroy the fan after the process.
Later.
Yeah.
Oh, siren inbound. Watch out.
What color green is that?
Oh shit.
See?
Oh, straight.
Hey, buddy.
More of a world.
Good thing I switched to ballistic damage.
Good thing it takes shock trap.
You're a quarter way through.
Oh.
Take this.
Don't worry. I'm a licensed
Oh,
runner.
who got the execution?
I just turned around.
Oh,
and
you
executed
stole
him.
it.
Nice.
Well, I was running past him. It's like execute. I'm like, oh, okay.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah.
Execute. Let's. It's great gun.
I love the executions. One of the coolest things.
Man, I need more duration on my healing grenades. That seems to be the only thing kind of like where they're losing their benefits. I mean, a healing zone that deals damage.
Yeah, this Greg is still in here despite it.
Oh boy! Oh yes, it's time!
Nice.
Yeah!
Good execute.
I'm here too.
Here's Greg.
Oh,
Okay.
And
is there
fucking
another one?
another
Oh my
one.
god! Wow.
Holy
I'm
shit!
leading it over to this one. This is a turn around. What you got, Miss Greg? Yeah. I'm just bashing it.
Awesome.
Alright.
Woo.
Not bad.
Pounded mutation. Oh god. Okay. Oops, that's a lot
I
of flesh
don't
pounds.
like that. I don't like that. I
love
hope it
that
means I
text.
could get I hope I could get my weapon. Oh.
Up
Oh,
and
a player joined. Artistic. Yay.
Because if I get the Vulcan, I've been modifying it to just
It's been marked.
fuck bosses.
Oh, by the way,
Alright,
if you
sweet.
lock the doors in here, the flesh pounds will just go through the wall.
They're in the dark now.
Understandable.
Oh yeah.
Stay. Disconnects.
I can definitely get it.
Alright, you need some extra dosh?
If I got a little bit more, I could get my best one, but it would be like 2k more, so I could probably just trade it in after.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I can spare an extra 750, so there you go.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I can't afford
Here, I'm
armor if I
gonna-
do that. Fine. I'll
Take
buy the
that.
armor.
Ooh,
It's
give
more
it.
And then I'm
important.
gonna autofill
Ooh.
everything else.
Artistic, are you the blue player?
Yeah, just
Okay.
it's blue. I think.
Man,
I
you're so
got the
far away.
Vulcan, so I'm at least I'm prepared. I am prepared for destruction.
Yeah, I don't think
10
Artistic's gonna make
seconds
the
left to
trader
shop.
this way.
We gotta protect him.
Can't even see anything.
Really?
All strapped up
I
and ready
even
to
tried
go?
doing what he told me to do. Oh shit.
Not the fan!
There is a gamma adjustment as well, and the gamma will turn up brightness.
I know what
I'm just gonna gas all these guys over here. Do the bloats go down easier, like if you wait till they start inflating and then shoot their sack?
It does read that their critical spot does expose when they do that in the codex, so yeah.
Oh, there's one!
Hi, Fleshbound. Their chest is a really good weak point, actually, on Fleshbound. Oh, he died from natural causes.
Nice!
I didn't even get to execute him. He just flopped.
Ah! Yeah, it wasn't as good as the spot as I thought it
Oh,
would.
I didn't refill my grenades. That's unfortunate. Made a Healy zone.
Ah! Shit, shit, shit! Oh god! Oh my god!
Buzz.
Raiders!
How's it going?
Hi! Ah! Hello, Buzz!
Artistics down.
Oh my god.
Do your head.
Where's my fucking...
Oh god.
Routed?
Oh shit.
So if you apparently if I throw healing grenades, it helps revive people before I go pick them up. Which is kind of neat.
Oh, that's cool. They got a
There's like incentive to heal people on the ground.
Oh, God.
Basically. Oh, I am out of ammo. That's unfortunate.
Alright, I need to get to... Okay.
Yeah, get that execute.
Keep this grenade. Don't worry, it's medical. I'm a doctor.
Oh my god.
I do actually love that flesh pound execute move. You just jam the grenade in his mouth and spin him around. And then
Okay,
just
I dropped some syringes on the ramp. If anyone needs some. And I'll drop some by the zip line too.
Oh my gosh. Oh shit!
You flesh pound.
Yeah, I got a flesh pound on me. I'm gonna take it this way.
Artistics down again.
No, I'm dead now.
Goodbye. Rest in peace.
I haven't been able to sit still!
I'm doing like a loop around the map with this flesh pound right now.
Got an active turret over here still, so if you need to
Okay.
place to recover.
I killed him! Yeah.
I know the long loop where I can kind of like go all the way around and come back.
My favorite parts about this gun too, it also can be a flamethrower.
Oh hey, how's it going?
It's just everything at once. I love it. Oh shit!
Syringe.
Oh, that door's locked. Damn, I forgot that's a special one. Oh, I might be in trouble then.
Sorry.
Oh man, zipline, save me!
There's down from this door.
I'm fighting a flesh pound over here with only a pistol.
I'm coming your way because I had one chasing me.
I can out heal it for a little while.
Oh my god. I'm in danger.
Hey, how's it going, Bilbo?
Oh hey.
Oh, are there two flesh pounds here now? Oh
Okay.
god.
I'd
It looks like
prescribe
it.
a
Hang on,
bad
there's an explosive barrel right here.
Oh shit, shit, shit. Oh fuck, I'm gonna be down. Bad.
Oh damn it. I went down on the healing grenade trying to get. Damn.
Oh dear.
I got extra time. Oh.
Okay, oh fuck.
Oh boy. I think I got both of you up. I need to heal though.
Oh my god.
I am out of syringes.
Yeah, no, fuck.
All the syringes
Oh my
are back
god.
at the train entrance, unfortunately.
Oh, goody. I got a flesh pound on me too.
Damn, I should have taken the zip line. That would have been better. I just can't believe I ran out of ammo.
Oh my god.
I'm bleeding out.
Shit.
Specialist down.
Well,
Yeah, this wasn't. So many flesh pounds.
Again, help.
No. No, don't eat me.
oh, that fan's broken. Damn it. Okay.
No.
Come on, turret,
Ah.
activate.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm dead.
I'm almost all the way around the map. I'm just returning on all the turrets.
There you go. Yeah, I try to at least activate each one once, so all I have to do is just press and hold D.
Yeah. That's what I always do too. Was doing some key bailer games till tired of this from work. Caught up. Yeah, that's fair. That's cool.
And the only problem is there's no ammo bags on the map naturally, so there's no way for me to get any ammo back.
What type of
only the
games were you
commando.
checking out? Also, sorry, that was an intense wave.
Yeah, it is.
I've got 16 bullets left to my name.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
Also,
Like-
thank you for the lurk, mugger.
Like, that's a slight problem. I don't know what you're supposed to do in this situation.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult. I will say I have dealt the most damage overall this match, so I'm not complaining.
Oh, that's
I think
gonna
that
be
factors
enough.
in like
Yeah.
I'm
fall
losing
damage.
control.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a traitor wave.
Well, better than nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, some resources. Not like as much as if you beat the round, but you know, better
Yeah.
than nothing. That's good.
But we do have to beat it, because that's a story mission. It's
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it says I have to beat I have to survive the queen.
Showed a coin pusher casino game. Hero Tower
Queen
Defense
Slay.
and Action RPG. Oh, I think I saw your Hero Tower Defense game that you were playing.
Oh.
So which one was that again? That was Army Depot?
Yeah, Army Depot. Oh, wait, map vote. Yeah.
Do we have to select that again?
Yeah, it has to be Army Depot as well.
Okay.
Coding overload. What are you talking about? Nothing's happening. Stop it. Get some help.
Why you lying?
Yeah. Spell Brigade. Spell Brigade. Is that the top-down one that Broa was playing?
Oh yeah, I think it is. Kind of vampire survival like.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, feel free to tell us if that's the wrong one that we're thinking about, but... Or like multiplayer with like match guy. Okay. Huh. Okay, oh man, right, I don't have enough to get the better pistol to start.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out this whole operational budget thing.
Yeah, it's just basically how much total money you have to spend on your combined gear, and it goes up every odd level. So instead of getting a perk, you get an operational budget increase.
Right, yeah.
Because it seems like you can start with some pretty OP weapons if you get enough operational budget.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I can get all the way up to the purple quality.
Yeah. Oh. There's friendly fire on the spells? That's kind of terrifying. So my syringe bags apparently only give one syringe per person.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
oh.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna grab extra ammo bags. I feel like that was more of an issue than
Yeah,
the syringe
apparently.
bag. I don't have any perks for syringe bags anyway, so it's not like...
That's fair.
At least not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Soon. Alright, back again into hell.
Back again.
I'll get rid of these red lights again. No one likes them.
Yeah, do what you can to get the extra resources.
They're too red.
Is that enough?
Smash and destroy everything.
Murder.
Good murder.
Yes.
I like that the bloat was blocking his head with his hands, so I just shot his hands off.
It's a pretty good way to solve problems. Just shoot things off.
Yep.
Apply more DACA until a problem is solved.
Alright, the zip line on top is activated. Let me go ahead and just ping it for you guys.
Nice.
There you go.
That's right. I earned my
That would hurt.
You know what? The one thing that's downgraded from Killing Floor 2 is when I shoot someone with a healing dart, it doesn't tell me how much they're about to heal.
Yeah, probably by design.
Because in Killing Floor 2, it would kind of alert me to how much healing they're about to get from that dart, so I wouldn't, like, use 13 darts on them when they don't need it. But...
Yeah, not this time, it seems.
yeah.
Stuff.
I'm not sure if it's on purpose or an oversight, because they added it, like post-release on Killing Floor 2, so...
I see. Well, it could be a similar situation, yeah. Just gotta wait.
Anyone have a mop?
Wait and see.
Yeah.
Alright, Trader.
Man, I do like the new UI, though. The old one being, like, blue and white was, like, too... against the theme of Killing Floor.
Yeah.
See what that cost
Okay,
me?
that hallway's open too. Over here. Quick
Oh, nice.
access.
Yay! It lets the Zeds through, but it's helpful to get out of there. Man,
Yeah, just so you're not in a dead end.
Yeah.
So the only special waves that have ended runs for us so far are the Scrake special wave and the Fleshbound special wave.
That was the first Flesh Pound
Yeah, that's the
special
first
for
time I've seen
me.
that one.
It was intense.
Yeah. My first time encountering that too, because I usually just play solo and they don't ever send that after me.
Well, I've only played the tweak.
Oh.
Nice.
Zipline! Hey, how's it going? Okay,
Actually,
bye.
no, I've also played the Ciabatta back in the beta.
Yeah.
Ah.
They didn't
But
have...
I've mostly only been playing the tweak.
to be fair, in the first beta, I don't think they had the mutations.
No.
Oh. Zipline's cooling down. I'll be there eventually.
For hanging out and holding the line.
Oh.
So many easily
Howdy.
exploited vulnerabilities.
Hello. I think Suit went the other way.
I'll come back.
Oh, Siren's up here with us too. Watch out. Got her.
Whee.
Put her down.
Oh, I hope that didn't do friendly.
No. There's a Siren, like, on the other side of us or something. There she is.
Yeah, yeah. You got it?
Yep. I just stun locked her till she died.
Whoa!
Toasty.
That's so long.
Oh, that was an explosive container there.
Enemy strength at 50%.
I don't know if I like this.
They're fleeing.
Yeah, I just
It's a
felt that
pretty
right
big
bottom.
roof. It shouldn't be too bad.
Man. So this gun tethers onto a target too, so if I want to change targets, I have to stop firing and refire again.
Artistics down. We got some time, baby.
Yeah.
Alright, Siren, 2 husks, 3.
Nice.
Acidic assault,
Alright.
mostly bloats, but extra
Mostly
ballistic
bloats.
damage and extra acidic damage. Okay.
Alright.
I like that it also benefits us as well if you have the right kind of weapons.
Yeah.
Activating this turret.
Okay.
What? A
is
turret?
activated.
You got it.
Great,
That's fine with me.
Zipline, set up. Top me off. I'll take it.
Alright. Yeah, if we want to hold up here.
Yeah.
This
This is a pretty
here we
good
go.
spot.
syringe bag there,
Excellent.
and a syringe bag over here, just in case we have to run by this turret.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget to drop your ammo bags too when you have time, because you can get more every single wave and they stay down.
Yeah, I took shock.
Pod's closing.
I found the shock traps to be very useful when needed.
Yeah. It should be number 4 if you're using mouse and keyboard.
It's about to get real.
So it's on
exciting.
controller, so they could let you know what controller. Oh, never mind, you got it.
Here they come.
Oh yeah, it's left on the D-pad.
They're over there, showing up.
If you ever get husks on that like far walkway, they shoot you from it instead of coming over. Dance, dance. I do like that the public sentiment for Killing Floor 3 is already changing. We got people are getting their hands on it and playing it.
Good.
Yeah, just gotta warm up to it.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like new.
Yeah.
And this is very different, but it's a good difference. I really liking it.
Yeah. Like a lot of people were saying too, like if you want to play Killing Floor 1 and 2, you still have Killing Floor 1 and 2.
Yeah.
It's not
Right,
like,
only your access is revoked or anything like this game. This game is still readily available on the Steam store page.
yeah.
Yeah, like we're gonna keep playing it. We still have friends who are probably not gonna get this for a while as well.
Yeah.
Well, for sure. We'll definitely fall back to Killing Floor 2, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 and 2 were actually a lot more similar.
As long as we can host 32 people, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like until this gets that kind of support.
I feel all pukey.
Why do you feel all pukey? There's the character next to me being like, I feel all pukey.
Pukey like a
Can
pukey.
I hit artistic from here? Fire a couple grenades down, see what happens. Yeah, I landed it. Nice.
Whenever
Oh, good.
that happens, she's always like, should I induce vomiting?
Alrighty.
Yeah, the character, Firebug, Declan, she's
Yeah.
pretty awesome. She's got a real sense of
Her
humor.
dialogue is so fun.
Yeah, it is.
I actually like the engineer dialogue, my favorite. But I guess I said
Yeah,
last
his is
game
good
line.
too.
It's all copy.
Yeah.
Don't puke.
But you know, I can also respect as well. Oh dear. Oh
Don't
dear.
forget to... I'm gonna grab some ammo, actually.
I'm getting flanked.
Yep.
Thanks.
That.
Die.
It's like partially for a heal, partially to clear some of the little Zeds.
I feel better too now knowing like ammo supply and stims and all that is like it's player based, so I don't have to worry about taking
No,
what.
don't execute him on the ground. Bad blow.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about like being greedy, and that's just a bonus.
Yeah,
Because like when you're like quick in the moment and you can't think, you just need to like stock up.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I appreciate that. Because with the armor stashes you can open up too,
Everyone
we found
gets
that
one,
out,
yeah.
and that's just really nice.
Oh, yeah. I just opened one up not too long ago. I gotta remember to do that for you guys.
Yeah, like it's
doesn't that
like
refresh?
everyone can take it.
I don't know if it refreshes. That's a good point.
Not sure.
Like everything else with the tech
Yeah.
cannot refresh, so that's why I'm curious about that. Like you can reuse the zip lines, you can
Just
reactivate
make
the
all my
turrets.
choices for me.
Yeah. Oh, the case does stay open though after everyone takes the armor, so maybe it doesn't.
Well, okay. There's one down here I'm gonna activate for you guys then, just to see.
But yeah, if you run, just remember like when you get low, just to run and grab it because.
Yeah.
You might as well.
Is that about right? Don't
Might as
forget
well.
to upgrade your armor if you have a little extra. Because
Yep,
it gives you
I
a
am
full.
maxed.
It gives you a full set too every time you upgrade. So you don't.
Yeah.
true.
Where's that? How's it going? And it's
Hey.
it's going good. Killing the floors.
Yes, we are killing floors. The
Oh,
floors
yeah.
are indeed full of killing.
We're gonna hang around here probably. So let me put some syringes around. You can get 1 syringe from each bag, so...
Okay. We are go time.
Hope you're done shopping, shoppers.
So essentially we have 5 syringes right now, because we got 2 bags and 3 we're holding.
Here they come from the bottom here.
The only problem with this room is you're gonna have some come from behind you there, so
Focus here.
Oh.
just a heads up. You ought to like check once in a while, make sure they aren't coming up behind you.
Oh yeah, I know they'll come through. Yeah, they're coming. Yeah, damn.
This room is actually a little better for the crawlers because they don't have very many spots they can come from. Pop goes to
I love the climbing.
whatever that is.
Ooh, you made banana bread? Oh,
Oh, that sounds good. The gore fast
mac and
slapped me.
cheese was made flawlessly at the same time. Oh
Excellent.
man, that sounds great. I love banana bread
Oh yeah, banana bread is
so much.
That hallway is just all fire.
It's a bad bad hallway. I wouldn't want to be in there.
Let's just drop a healing grenade in there to gas all the little guys that come through.
Yeah, sure, why not? Here, just let me. Yeah, there you go. Okay, just a little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little stab.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the stun lock on this gun is good enough that like even if it's weak against the enemy, like a blow, that I can just stun lock them until they die if it's only one. It's
Dead?
biosamples. I love the weapon crafting in this game. Like that was a good addition.
Yeah.
I do wish there were more weapons, but like with how many combinations you can do on a single weapon, it does kind of make sense why there aren't as many on launch.
Uh-oh. Ah!
Oh, that is a straight.
I've got this under control.
I see him.
I panic exploded.
I see him.
Nice.
Why would you die?
I pronounce this.
Oh, I hear another. Was that flesh pounder or sprint?
Okay.
Ouchie.
Oh, straight. Straight.
It's okay. I have the power of music. Douche, 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 douche.
The power of beatbox.
Yeah, that special is so neat.
They need to have a legendary like skin for it that makes it a dubstep gun.
Oh, they
Oh my
need
God.
to.
Hilarious. And I would buy that if that
Yeah.
was free. Not even gonna lie.
Ow! Ooh, God! Ooh, down to 20 health there. That was a little dangerous.
Nice backpack, though.
Kamikaze husk.
Cat face.
Okay,
That
he's having a
doesn't
bit
get-
of
I hate that the blows just projectile vomit now.
Oh, you got a straight on you.
lethal.
It's so.
Like every
I
single
can't
enemy's been
stun lock him.
redesigned.
I can stun him a little bit.
Way more lethal than they've ever been. I love it.
Don't cross
Turns
the
out cooldowns.
beams! Don't cross the beams! There we go.
Oh.
Well, no one can deny it.
Okay.
We can grind out a result
Your
when the occasion
God, you
demands.
say yes.
Oh,
Nice.
okay. I was like, where does it want us to go for the straight?
Up.
That room
Wants us to
was
climb.
actually like decent for holding out. Actually,
Yeah, it wasn't the worst thing in the world.
it was like enough verticality to run away, and like not a lot of like not a lot of cover for us. But there's not very many ranged Zeds, honestly. When they know they can run at you, they don't really use ranged attacks.
Very true.
I'm probably not gonna get that much money in one wave, so maybe I'll grab Flatline as a backup.
Buying
me
in
try
a desperate
reactivating
rush
some
is the
turrets
best
and-
way to shop.
Opening up some other stuff. Hang tight.
Yeah, that's a good... Do we want to go back to that room, or do we want to, like...
I liked... that room's pretty good, or the,
Well, if you take this zip line, we can go to that platform one.
The other area, too, with the turret hallway is also good.
You got your stuff, Artistic? You got 10 seconds.
I like to usually, like...
Okay, bye.
If I see a
I clicked the wrong
turret...
thing.
Oh, I see. There's a
stick
turret
to
here.
that.
Yeah, I wanted to hit that.
For now, guys.
Oh, is
Okay.
Did the fan break? Or is that on over here?
Oh yeah,
It might have
fan is
broke.
also good.
Oh no, it's green.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
I
can
was like, I
use it
don't
again.
think we used fan yet on this.
It's
Maybe earlier.
It's turned on. Or it's not activated. But
Yeah, it's not broken yet. You can definitely turn fan on.
Yeah, knock yourself out.
Yay! Hee 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 hee.
Okay, fan is on. We should go to the other side, probably.
Yeah. Aha!
Whee!
Oh! Right in the blender.
Get blended!
Actually, I'm gonna use the zip line. Bye, everybody.
Man, I can't believe I missed like all my shots there.
Putting more syringe bags down. Oh my god, I deflected that healing grenade off the wall to set speed.
Sweet.
Hey.
Going for the trick
Great.
shots. Hey, Scrake, you want to dissolve? And he is melting.
Get fried!
Go down, buddy.
Oops. Watch out, there's a siren.
Woo!
Sorry, I had to use
got
my ult to get out of that.
Oh, that's fair. Real nasty situation we're in. Flash pound behind.
Oh shit.
You knocked it over, nice. Sometimes I can stun lock it out of the charge with this, but... Oh! I got Bowser.
I'm about to start a fire here.
Dude, those whip
Haha.
things are incredible. I wish I had those as primary hand weapons.
Oh! Execute!
Yes, the execution.
God, I got Siren, I think. Oh right, we can resupply at this trader. Nice.
Yeah, I think if it's the next resupply, the next trader, you can resupply at it.
Fireworks.
Oh, this is not good. I jumped right into a siren.
I don't know if you want to grab this zipline Artistic, might get us out of the range of the flesh pad. Just because I know we were out of armor.
It's okay, I got the flash pad on me.
You're
Zach?
next to the demo, you got it.
The heavy weapons guy.
Yeah. Woo! Although apparently demo is also going to come back, so I wonder how that's going to work.
I wonder.
I assume probably, like, a lot more specialized.
I just punched him in the face off the platform and he fell over.
Simple satisfaction of a good float
Oh,
pop.
there's a siren coming that way. How's the fight with the fleshbound going?
Oh my god.
Not too bad. You know, he's proven to be a tough challenge, and so am I.
There you go.
Execute this bitch.
Yeah.
Nice, thanks.
Thinking I might do
Good assist.
Ooh, sounds like there's more classes than Killing Floor 2 had in the works. Oh my god.
See, so that's the thing I was expecting, only because when they tied perks to characters, if they were going to bring back the same amount of characters, they had to multiply the number of perks, right? So, like, everyone was like, it sucks that the perks and characters are coupled
Money
together,
well
but
spent.
that meant we're getting more perks. And I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
that's kind of
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
neat. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Another
exciting.
hassle-free purchase.
I need Dosh.
I mean, in total, Ninja another new class on top of the ones in development. Yeah. Yeah, it should be. It should be. Ooh, I can get purple.
I am also just really excited about 2 melee classes. See how Berserker will be when
I
it
got
finally
the
makes
purple
it.
Gun.
I'm still expecting it'll be the tankier class. That'll be cool if it has like.
Oh, this fan is still working. Wow.
The mace and shield and stuff,
Oh yeah.
and just like all the like
Well, I'm excited.
pulverizer and just all like the really heavy weapons it had.
Like, I'm real excited to see what they do with like, because engineer is like support demo. I'm kind of interested to see what support and demo become.
Yeah, like they're all gonna be way more specialized. It's gonna be really neat.
Oh,
Everyone finished shopping?
I'm gonna drop more syringes up here.
Oh, hello, Queen.
I
We
like,
meet
for her.
again.
I like how the animation's in the hallway right behind us, but she doesn't spawn there.
Yeah. That's just like a default.
Yeah. There's like a million things of like ammo and supplies up here if anyone needs.
Her babies are over here, and I see her. She's in this direction where I pinged. She's
Yep,
approaching
yep.
fast.
She's quickly approaching your area.
Yeah.
I went down to go
Yep,
turn
is
on the
rapidly
fan.
approaching your location.
Figured it will help clear out her babies.
This
She's actually weak to fire and biological damage, so this should work pretty well.
my funky tunes. Yeah,
She's angry.
very upset.
Don't like that, do you?
Let me know if you see a lot of kids, because I'll shoot some healing grenades at her feet to clear them out. I think Artistic has a bunch on them right there. There we go.
Hot Mother's in your area?
Oh god.
Oh no!
I mean, look at
Parentheses,
that ass.
she's on fire.
That ass has legs for days.
Oh my god!
I mean, we might
Oh,
even
she
call
gone.
it an ass at that point, or is that thorax?
Did she fall off the
She
thing?
fell off!
I think
Oh,
so.
she's down there. Okay, she's still...
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's here.
Oh, she's on the list.
Oh
Ugh, my gun has blood on it.
Wait. That seems pretty normal, actually.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Y'all are getting pretty brutalized down here.
Yeah, I made a mistake. It's fine.
I'm going back up.
Okay.
I don't want to be here.
I don't want to be here
I found
anymore.
her. Get out of here, baby crawler.
Oh no!
Oh, she ate him.
Oh, you're dead.
Yeah,
You're dead.
she ate her Artistic.
Oh my!
There's no
oh
reviving.
no!
Coming back from that.
Then you're ready.
Ah!
I'll tell you what, the dash is really saving the butt a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
No!
Here, I'm throwing some healing grenades down again to try and clear out the babies. Oh, I am actually out. There was an ammo up top, I think.
I should really grab that.
15-degree angle, right?
Ah!
You taking a portal?
Yep. Don't forget to use your supers.
Yep.
Mind you,
Ah!
I had to zip line. I was at like 2 health there. I'll come back. The fan is still up too if we want to use that.
Burn, Queen, burn!
Oh. Hey, Queen. Oh,
nice.
Oh.
Easy.
I forgot that they could execute you on the ground because she just like knocked down Artistic and just ate him right there.
Oh wow,
Yeah, I think she does that,
that
like, on the
was.
second
I didn't think
phase
she just could do that, but I mean it makes sense.
Yeah, the boss.
So I guess she could just instant kill you.
Yeah, the boss is probably.
She vored you.
Oh god.
She bored you. Good grief.
Cool. Do we want to try Radar Station? I haven't actually seen Radar Station.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Map vote. There it is.
I'm surprised they don't have a go back to Stronghold on the map vote, as opposed to like making you have to hit escape and like go back to Stronghold with my team kind of thing.
Yeah, but like there is one for the escape, but it's like return to Stronghold solo. So you abandon your team and everything. It's weird.
Well, yeah, but they should have both. Yeah, return with party and return with team, or return
I
solo.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't just be solo.
224 missions. Nice.
Well,
Well, I'm glad it's running significantly better
yeah.
than it was before. I'll try turning
Yeah,
up the
up
graphics again for everybody and see if that makes a difference, because it'd be kind of cool if I can up the graphics a bit now that things are working smoothly.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'll just bump up the
Got more spending money.
bump up to high and turn on the lumens again.
Yeah, because otherwise I can't do anything with the perks and my leveling up here until we go back to the Stronghold. So, if you
yeah.
want to go back.
Yeah, we can go back after this.
Yeah, because I'm gonna want to upgrade and level up too.
Yeah. We hadn't really tried the map to map feature much, so this is an
Oh heck
interesting.
it!
Like, that
me
was
neither,
something
actually.
people were asking in the beta too, and they're all like, "Oh, they're not going to add that." It's like it was on launch. Subtitle
It's
stuff
right here.
on launch, animations on launch, the gore all added on launch. It's all there.
Yeah, that was a nice thing.
Yeah.
Make your way to the control room. There should lie the answers we seek.
So, I typically like to just be outside during the waves, just because, you know, a lot of the buildings here have just a lot of tight
I
hallways
think-
and stuff you get trapped in.
Yeah, I think we got this one and we stayed outside for most of it.
We found one room with like double turrets, I think, and we hung out in there, but for a little bit. But
Nice. Speaking of, I'm gonna activate this one here in front of us.
oh wait, is this the one with the road and the tanks on it, like the tunnel and stuff? That's good. Oh, that's convoy. That's convoy. Sorry. I'm thinking of convoy.
25% of enemy forces neutralized.
Alright. Sorry, I got a weird glitch thing going on. It's not like the graphics card, but like the game itself. It's got like a green thing far away in the distance.
Oop, I accidentally popped. Oh wait, I have a mission here. Locate the radar control room. Okay.
Yeah, it's right over here. Yeah, you're finding it actually.
Good, you're there.
Okay, locate the. You should be on this mission too, I think.
It's not showing up for me.
Oh, okay. Maybe,
So,
maybe not
unless
yet.
they did it. Yeah, I'm assuming I either did it.
Or it needs to like a stronghold thing to move on to the next mission.
That might be it too.
Oh god, I don't want to be inside anymore.
Yeah, no, it's dark as hell in here too.
Oh, I just have my flashlight on at all times.
Oh fuck yeah, that's a thing.
And there's no like battery on it in this game, which is super nice.
Yeah, there's no penalty for it anymore. It used to be for 1 and 2,
Yeah.
but
Odds
yeah, it doesn't
open.
seem like there's
Grab your
any
gear.
penalty for using it, or like you lose battery. It seems like they just did it,
Right.
which I like. You know, it just It's a very arbitrary thing. Here's light,
Yeah.
here's not light, you know?
But flashlights are battery powered. Yes, but this is a game. It doesn't have to be that realistic.
Except I have no idea how to turn it on with controller.
You know what? It's 2090. You know, they probably figured out
Good
quantum
question.
technology by
It's
then.
probably one of your
so-
D-pad buttons, I guess.
I tried all of them. And I wasted a couple things.
No.
I needed that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Location marked.
Great another time.
It would have been like one step in the tutorial, but who knows way back then.
Yeah.
Are these double turrets? Oh, there is double turrets here.
Yeah, let me just grab those.
There's
Since it doesn't
a
seem to
kill
be any-
box
I
down
can
there.
also
Oh, there's a
just-
zip line down there too. Or something. Or where that goes.
Yeah, I'll go for that. It's a zip line.
Go up or down? Oh, it goes down further.
Yeah, it goes a little further in here. There's like a morgue and like a shooting range here and everything. Per the mission.
Oh man, especially for military-grade flashlights. What? Batteries don't run out in 5 minutes? What the heck?
You sure about that?
I've been using the wrong batteries, apparently.
Whenever I need my flashlights, they always seem to run out after
Got
5
the pin for
minutes.
Yeah. I have a power outage and there's never enough battery power for anything.
True.
Find out if Captain
Locate the
Pym
garage
was
basement.
really
Oh, I don't want to go down there.
Ooh, yeah.
It's asking you to go down there. I'll
Yeah.
come with.
Okay, looks like it's in here, but then down. Oh, there's an elevator in here somewhere, right? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you can take that.
Marking for you.
It's on the other side of this wall. Oh, there's a door.
Oh yeah, here,
Do
let
we
me
have
grab
a
that.
multi-tool for that? Sweet.
I do.
Shortcut.
We'll have to empty the sewer line, but see if you can locate anything that can serve as a makeshift waste valve.
Oops.
I need to
Don't
activate
lose you.
the sewer pipes. Okay.
That audible rush of water is an encouraging sign.
Hey, we did it. We can get the hell out of here.
Your next
Good.
orders shortly.
Oh, there's an
I'm
elevator
getting
here.
claustrophobic already. Up we go.
Oh,
And then this leads back outside.
that wasn't too bad.
Hello. Yeah. Oh, look, there's soup.
Yeah. I am here.
Yeah, you're here.
Roasting says.
Reloading my
Roasting Zeds on an open
On
fire.
an open fire.
Patriarch nipping at your nose. Oh, God. Man, the husks are hype. God, I hated husks in the other games. I hate them even more in this one.
They made them a bigger pain in the butt than they already were.
God.
That's for sure. Grenade.
Gotta have them a Ghostbuster taser.
Hot damn!
No
Oh, he's sniping.
Set your sights here.
With the husk up there?
Yeah, the husk is sniping us.
Hey, you up there! You! Get down!
He's feeling the pressure.
Is he just leaving?
God.
Where are you going, buddy?
Yeah, we're over here. Alright, he's back in bounds.
The one thing that does worry me, though, is they said there's new enemies coming, and I'm like, with how much the husks can, like, shoot artillery from the distance, I'm like, how long before they add a sniper Zed that just hops on top of buildings?
Oh god.
Anything's possible.
Oh, that'd be awful.
Yay, I have green armor.
Bunches.
Alright, I got about a minute here. I'm gonna just take a quick look around and see if there's anything else to activate with the multi-tool.
Yeah, this open area was good. I'm gonna chuck a couple, syringe bags around here.
Health supplies ready.
In case we need them. Can I buy more syringe bag? Hold on a second. Let's see if it'll let me. Yeah, it'll let me fill it again.
Sweet.
Apparently they only have so much stock, so sometimes they won't let you take like a second purchase during a wave.
No. I didn't know that.
Yeah. There we go. 4 syringe bags in this courtyard here.
Emergency health kit available.
Sweet.
Should be helpful. I think I can eventually get a perk that adds 2 syringes per bag as well, which will make them a little more...
Yeah, a little more
No,
effective.
yeah, wave limit reached. You are not allowed to purchase more. Okay.
Shop's closed up.
Locate the ravine.
Blended.
Okay, it's right over here.
Admirable resolve.
Next,
That's not
you must
hard.
find the ravine where
Yeah,
that
it's right
sewer
here.
line discharges.
Is there a way down that doesn't involve breaking my legs? Okay, okay.
Yeah, just this ledge.
That was a little leg.
There we are.
Oh yeah.
Now, sort through that. Now, you've already mucked about with plague core.
Yay, complete the match. Okay. Should we climb back up? There's a turret down here if you wanna. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Throw that up.
Whoops. Oh well, it's fine.
I'll just stay here. It's fine.
All according to plan.
Yep.
Man, that tether really locks onto things. It followed that husk up the building.
Continuous.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Progress report.
This seems like a pretty good kill box. There's not too many areas they can jump from.
Quite right.
Yeah.
I just wish I saved some syringes.
Privacy is a rare commodity.
Oh, also, oh, there's another turret right here too.
What?
I think
It's not the underworld thing because we could always take the zip line right over here,
Oh, yeah.
and that'll bring us right up to where those syringes are.
Oh, that's handy.
That's the aim.
I like that there's no way they can come from behind us here. Like, it seems to be not a spawn zone.
Right. I was concerned about that at first, but I haven't seen it, so it's not through there. So, yeah. This seems like this is a good wall to throw ourselves against.
They're coming out of this cave in the corner, though.
Yeah, that's left.
Oh shit!
Yeah, she's screaming at me. What did I do?
Yeah. Sorry, Tweak.
Everything.
She's dead. Here's bleed no more.
I heard thumpiness. Is that a scrape or the husks just making updates?
Something that exploded.
Wait, Arctic, are you also using the Ghostbuster?
Are you both medics?
I don't know.
Oh, he's commando, apparently.
Wait. I didn't think you could use other perk weapons.
Oh yeah, you can.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
you can customize the engineer
Oh, the
grenade
cus-
launcher
oh, you
to be
mean-
like fire grenades and then use it on the
Oh,
firebug.
with customizing, then yeah.
Well, no, you can just pick them as
Nope.
well.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe you just want a different class of gun.
Oh man, I didn't
So
even.
go down here, so if one move up.
Yeah. Your perks just won't necessarily benefit it.
I'm gonna need to run
Well,
this
yeah.
under cool water.
I usually don't.
Okay, just a husk over here left.
Nice.
A textbook operation.
Ah. Textbook.
Ba, 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 ba.
Wait, hold on a second. This is a textbook operation.
Could be.
Wow, what's a non-textbook operation?
I don't get paid the big bucks for those questions.
Okay, autofill. I can't afford a secondary weapon yet. Yeah, so it can go to a different class. So if I wanted, I could get the firebug gun, or the command. Can I pick? Oh, I can pick my modified guns from the other classes too. That's handy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, if
But-
you did like a fire version of the shotguns or grenade launcher, you could probably mix that into firebug. Also, the ninja gets electricity buffs, and you can put electricity ammo in some of the like commando guns and stuff. So you could probably do some really crazy
Oh, yeah.
combinations.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
wow.
really play around with that, I guess.
Oh, I don't want to be in the basement actually. Gonna
Yeah, let's get out of here.
take the nearest elevator to get the hell out of there.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, jeez.
That turret's on
About 30
cooldown.
seconds. Yeah.
Is this turret on cooldown?
No, it's not.
Stacked up for the
Yeah.
next wave.
Take any elevator to get out of there. It's the only way. Actually, there's probably another way out, but I just... Oh, God, hello, sir.
I ran out back, and then I took the zip line up.
Where did that guy come from?
Oh, the gore fast. Yeah, they are really sneaky.
They tried to gore me fast. Getting a little lag. I'm not sure why. Or not lag so much as like a little bit of stuttering.
Oh, I'm getting that too. Yeah, you're right.
Let me reload for us.
It's like I'm jerking forward when I'm walking.
That's no good. Also,
I'm
it's no
getting
good
it
that
too.
Sprig's here.
It's kind of like a little bit of rubber banding.
Yeah. Oh, hey, buddy.
Get to
Yeah, sorry. Sprig's here.
It could be.
Network stability, yeah, someone with like their servers or whatever. But it doesn't seem to be affecting stream, so
yo.
it's stabilizing a bit. I'm only getting it a little bit now, but I think it was bad there at first. I was like, oh, that's every step I was like jerking forward.
Yeah. No, yeah, I felt that. Oh, straight.
Yeah. Okay.
Straight.
Time to go down. Zip line. Woo! Oh god, the game almost didn't use the zip line. Oh. Oh.
Statistics down.
I can't
Oh,
get
shit,
back
shit.
up there quickly.
Oh, fuck. Nope.
I'm trying. Hang tight, artistic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
there's
turrets
too
down.
many.
The turrets down below are up, by the way.
Yeah.
Target
Make your way back down as soon as you can.
There's a zip line over here. Oh.
Gather here.
Yeah, I'm just getting jerked around. Fuck. Yeah, no, this is way too much shit.
Laying out there.
Looks like I'm wanting out.
We're gonna try. Tight soup.
Okay, that's a little too close for comfort.
Oh.
Sanctuary secure.
Tried to use my ult, but it laid it like 3 times before it actually triggered.
Okay, thank you.
Man,
Alright.
this lag is bad.
The lag is really... Fuck off!
Both turrets are down.
Take the zip line, god damn it!
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely having that same lag you're having. I guess I'm not used to it too much either. Usually these games are... This is the first one where they isn't peer-to-peer.
Yeah, fuck!
On fire here!
Oh my god.
I don't have my ult up.
I do.
Oh, and I'm pretty much... Oh, I was like, and I'm out of healing
Oh
grenades.
my god!
You guys did good.
Oh, that was... Yeah, that was... I'm good now.
Ah, upgrade my armor. Thank God. I have purple armor. Oh.
Yeah, holy shit.
Hey, now it's working fine.
Okay, now what? I can at least get my best weapon.
That was really strange.
Can I get
Something about
some
that wave in
Put your
particular.
stuff just spot. No, okay.
You need some dosh? I have 200.
Nah, it's okay. I think I can get by. I just needed some extra ammunition, but we should be okay. I have
This is boss wave,
full
though. I think, right?
Mm.
Or no, it's wave 5.
wave 5.
Okay, it's not quite. Okay, thank goodness.
Right. We got one more, and then it'll be boss wave.
Yeah.
Opening up this armor locker up here.
Oh, yeah. Nice. I'm gonna put some syringes down here, actually, as well.
Good. Exit.
I would very much like that.
Yeah. Because you kind of just run by and grab them instead of, oh, so we'll buy one more.
Yeah.
Now there's like 4 bags up top and 3 down. Yeah, I was surprised they went away from peer-to-peer servers too. Although they'll probably add private servers.
No more supplies. Shop's closed.
Because in Killing Floor 2 they added like private servers pretty fast. So, and if people are they're gonna support modding.
Yeah, because I remember with Killing Floor 2 we played public for a while, but then they switched to private.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Killing Floor 2 didn't have peer-to-peer private servers at first either, so...
I don't even think they had an option to just play with your friends.
But it also wasn't like this, where like every match loaded up a server. Like it was, they had official servers, or you played solo. So...
Yeah, I definitely remember.
But, Oh, hi, Scrake.
Location mark.
Was he down already?
He might be. I got my Vulcan.
Oh, you got the Vulcan, yeah, that's fair. The Vulcan's just devastating.
Flesh pound.
The Vulcan is just amazing.
Ooh, what's the purple gas?
Confusion.
Oh shit.
Just does some biological damage.
Oh, it's great.
Yep.
Practical effects?
Made a healing dome.
He just...
Yeah, he got
that's fine. It's fine.
Up on top of us there for a second.
That's fine. He can do what he wants.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Bye, Scrake. Order 66.
Yep. Ah!
Uh-oh, flash pound.
Oh, the flash!
Oh yeah, there's no quarter pounders in this game.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Suit. Oh man, Suit got suicided. Oh, flash pound on. Well, it was on me. I think it changed it.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, fine. Woo!
Oh, I gotta reload. Worst timing.
Okay, it's down.
Oh!
Yeah, most of the healing is self-healing in this game. Like, all I can really do is throw syringe banks down for people.
All the more important to stay together.
Yeah.
Scrake chasing me.
Oh, I'm out of those grenades, okay?
cute!
I got him.
Nice.
Just get artistic.
I'm holding revive. There we go. That's he didn't seem to be going for a second.
Jump for the cyber.
Awesome.
Oh,
Boss time.
Great. Now, who
Awesome.
wants to shop?
Make it count.
Anyone?
oh, I'm getting the stuttering again. It's like rubber banding you back. You can tell it's like a networking thing
It's
going
also
on.
Friday night.
Oh, you're
So
right.
a lot of people might be on.
They did their stress tests on like Monday and Wednesday, not on a Friday night.
Should have stress test on the weekend.
Yeah.
I could have.
Oh my god. Autofill everything.
Thanks. I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, that's right. So
Ah, it's a Val!
Hello, Val. How's it going?
Hello! Welcome to the floor of killing.
Ooh, that was bad leg too.
How was stream? The game you were playing looked really neat. I added it to my wish list. What? It's a bucket as well! And a
Oh, you're
umbrella!
talking about-
Oh my god! Hello, hello!
I'm gonna turn some stuff down slightly just to see if that. I don't
Welcome
think it
to
has anything to
killing.
do with the video settings. I think it all has to do with network stability there, but
Welcome to the murder floor.
yeah. Oh, and bro, wow. Oh yeah, you were all playing
Umbrella.
Myco.
Yeah, that game
Myco
looks
Punk.
cool.
Mycopunk. It's a really awesome game. Developed Digital developed it and published.
Oh,
I should
okay.
say.
It reminded me of.
Time's up.
It looked like first-person killing or first-person Risk of Rain.
Risk of Rain.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
it
little
looks
first
really
person.
neat. I wishlisted it because obviously this is gonna really be eating at my attention for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks good.
Yeah.
The game's still in early access, so
Yeah,
you,
and
know, you
it's
can
early
also let it sit
access.
and let it cook for a little bit.
That's kind of what. Yeah, I'll probably let it cook. But no, it looks fun. I'm always down for a
Thank you.
good horde shooter.
Oh, I got hit by something. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I got some little baby crawlers.
I don't have as good of gear this time, as weird as that is. I just didn't get as much money.
Yeah.
Sometimes it do be like that.
Sometimes it be like that.
I dropped some syringe bags here in case we need them.
Oh wait. Oh,
Alright.
can you get down here,
Pretty good on health.
Where'd she go?
ma'am?
She's...
Oh, here she comes.
Yeah, where did she go? Oh, here. Slowed. Douche, 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 douche.
Yeah. Oh, Smokey, hi. Oh my god, everyone's ready
Oh
to
my
get. How's it going?
goodness!
hello.
Smokey! Hello! Welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid!
We
How
popped
are
in
you
the booty.
doing?
We're popping some serious food here, yeah. Got knocked back, but didn't take any damage there, really.
Oh. Okay, lots of ads. I'm gonna shoot some healing grenades. Got a more, nice.
Oh, hell yeah! Or was it the classics? Or, one of the new ones? I really need to play Ragnarok.
Okay, healing zone over here.
Eventually, I have to grab it.
We're healing zone down.
There she is.
Oh, okay, okay.
Man,
Yeah, I
can't
haven't
even see her
played
health
the
ticker.
newest one because it hasn't gone on sale. So I was waiting
Oh,
for it to
God,
move to
I'm down.
Steam.
Oh, injured.
Okay, got you. We got you, friend.
Okay. I got artistic because I have the fast pickup. Oh, as long as she doesn't knock me around like that.
Yeah, she's a little in front of me.
Oh,
Oh god.
oh fuck, oh fucking heck.
Nope.
Okay,
Wow. Killed artistic and knocked me down.
okay. Oof.
getting up again.
I think I can still like heal you guys while that's
She
going on
did.
too. Like while
She
I'm down.
did.
Area.
Oh, she did.
Oh, so
Okay.
artistic.
She like killed Artistic while I was trying to pick him up.
Yeah. Straight devoured him.
Yeah, straightforward.
I think she only does that on phase 2.
She's gotta eat.
So we're gonna go back to the thing so people can do their skill level up.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really would like to
Okay, return the entire
level up
party
some
to the
skills.
stronghold.
My engineer is now my highest class. Yay.
Nice, yeah, that's gonna be me with
Oh,
Firebug.
it's the newest one. Oh, I haven't played the newest one yet either. I played
Yeah,
what was it Ragnarok?
Ragnarok's the newest one
that is the
because it
newest
came
one.
to Steam late, and then like yeah, I've just been waiting for a
No,
sale.
what's-
but I
what's
love
the
the
newest one?
first one. Wait, there's not another one, is there?
Yeah.
No,
there's-
you're thinking of Valhalla.
No.
You're thinking of the roguelite thing for...
No,
Yeah,
there's two
No?
God of Wars that are the new God of Wars on
Infected cells
PlayStation
were
5.
created
Yeah,
by
it's God of
the
War,
site in
and then
Texas.
there's Ragnarok.
I suspect
Oh, it's just
this is
called
the
God of War,
beginning of
like the
much
original.
worse
Like
It's a re-
to come.
Data
yeah, it's
Boy?
a-
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, basically Data Boy.
Oh, okay, that makes
Data
sense.
Boy.
God, why is the network
Yeah,
latency
wow,
bad in the lobby?
even in here.
That's brutal.
Okay. Let me see what skills I could get. So I hit level 8. Oh heck, I got a lot of skills I gotta put into. Nice. Didn't want to do that, no.
Is there a better healing? Oh, bionic grenade healing. Oh, so this doesn't... Stronger prescription doesn't affect grenades? Oh, that sucks. I might have to change that then.
Now that we're not freaking out and dying, how y'all doing?
How's it
How
going?
is everybody?
But yeah, make sure to take care of yourselves and do that post-stream care. Since I know like most of you were
God of
streaming
War,
for a
eh?
while. Yeah, super tired. Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, so when I get to the next... So level 16, I can actually make my healing grenades 55% better.
You'll do. Huh?
Nice.
That sounds useful. So the perk I just got, my ultimate does 150% increased damage to small enemies. So it basically just kills them on entry. So the dome
Oh.
just keeps all small enemies out. Seems pretty handy.
Oh wow, bro, you did pull a long stream.
Wow,
'Cause
yeah.
I was lurking since I believe like at least one watching you.
I don't think... You know what? I want to check something. I don't think if I... Like, let's say I take the Night Bridge. Does this have an underbarrel grenade? No, it's only for... I was like, can I put a healing grenade on a different gun? Because that would be kind of cool.
Oh, imagine.
Like, imagine if the grenade launcher could turn into a healing grenade launcher. That'd be amazing.
Mike,
That'd be
I love
absurd.
that. I don't have a loadout for this. I wonder what it can have. What kind of ammo? Biomorphic boosted battery. Horrible ammo efficiency, but more healing. Interesting. More ammo efficiency. Negative 100% accuracy? What the heck? How do you have negative 100% accuracy? Do I just shoot backwards? Weird, okay. That's a strange one. Mag size, reload speed. Oh, I see. I guess I'd rather have that one. I always try to get the mag size ones first.
To increase the mag
most-
size?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like having more bullets to shoot Zeds with.
I'm gonna take the undervolt, I think. Plus 20% damage for minus 10% fire rate on, like, basically a machine gun is not that much of a... not that much of a difference, I don't think. Penetrating barrel. Penetration power. Ooh. It's cold damage. Oh.
Ooh.
Interesting. Oh, it changes it from a toxic gun to a cold gun. Huh.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Give me that ninja armor.
God, I don't know about that. I don't have anything that buffs cold damage, I don't think. That seems like a weird... Yeah, I'm not gonna buy either of those then for now. don't know which one. It has foregrip, sounds good. Let's equip that. Okay, I like that you can customize. By the way, anyone just checking this out, this is how you can customize all your guns and everything in this game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the armory here. Yep, you gotta go in here and craft shit, and then you slap it on your gun, and then you buy it, and then it's yours.
I'll put on the stank
Hey, Mumbina.
with the stank and the stank.
Ooh, nice stank.
Do no harm.
Nice.
Excellent. Enter name, the Hawk Tua.
Oh my god.
Because it spit on that thing.
Ah.
I spelled Hawk wrong, but that's fine.
That's fine. If it let me, I would shove you in the game.
I also got the Morphine Mister. I've got the Beam Crosser, and I've got the Flatline.
Very good.
I've done the Boom Shakalaka, the Rump Buster,
Nice.
the Crop Duster because it sprays the biological gas, and the Shocker because it's an electrical, like
Yeah,
basically
that tracks.
taser at that point.
Very good. I like your names, Tweak.
That's going going. I'm gonna have to try that gun now with modifications. That was pretty interesting. Why do you want to eat kobolds? You said you were.
Excuse me.
They were the one that was talking about hunting kobolds, I think, before, right? The kobold
Then why
hunter.
you keep calling me a dinosaur?
Or that? Oh wait, no, that's someone else. Maybe that was the kobold hunter. There's been a couple people wanting
I think
to.
you're thinking of someone else. Yeah.
No, that was someone else last night. Yeah, sorry. Just because you said to cook up into steaks.
Which is also kind of weird.
Mash 'em,
We
boil 'em,
don't
put 'em in
really
stew.
appreciate that here, so.
Yeah, we appreciate all our mystical creatures. Kobolds, goblins, and other in between.
Oh, I got a new
As
quest.
friends, not food.
Yeah, fish are friends. I mean, kobolds are friends, not food.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
Don't look at me.
I just
okay?
saw you
I'm
like
shy.
yeet into the ceiling there.
I'm shy, okay?
A gnome and a robot.
I mean, that just sounds
a
cool.
GoBot or
GoBot.
or a Rome. Oh wait, Rome's Rome is a gnome robot. It all makes sense now.
Jeez.
I mean, it makes no sense, but it all makes sense now.
I'm just crafting.
Oh, what assignments do we have again? Let's see, not in there. This one. Assignments.
Yeah, you can pin your assignments too if you're looking to do something particular. I like that.
Yeah, industrial
Yeah,
sabotage. Okay, so I have to go to somewhere. Horizon Factory. Okay.
Do I go back to engineer? I got some assignments that I could do as that class.
Yeah, sure. Complete all weekly challenges. Oh, so I have to explode. Oh, I have to use explosive locks? Oh, okay. And the weekly mutation. Okay. I mean, we could try the weekly mutation. I don't know what it is, but...
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's, the thing that I noticed here about it is that it looks like it lets us do the gadget increase.
Oh yeah, gadget faster.
Yeah, so it gets our gadgets back. But I think if we die, like at any point during the waves, that's it. We can't be revived.
Oh yeah, you just go down. Yeah.
Oh. I'm just checking my assignments.
So don't ever go down. Got it.
Yeah. Other than that, I think like Z health or damage is up, and so is like what, critical.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just had some extra modifiers.
Crit damage. I wonder if crit damage is all crit damage, like Zed's and us.
I don't know.
So it's just asking me to travel to the radar station.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's the next one.
So you've got
probably
the
just
one
have to kill another boss.
Yeah, so you got the one that I just did, but we can go there too.
Yeah, I'm
if we
like
want.
one behind you, I think.
Yeah. So we can do that again, or we can do
did I just
the
lose?
weekly, or I haven't.
I don't mind doing the.
Well, hold on. Did I just like get disconnected from VTube Studio?
Oh yeah, I don't
Yeah, I
see your
did.
avatar on screen suit. Yeah.
Why did you get disconnected?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, it's still active. Interesting. Weird. Sorry, tapping in and out. It's gonna do the weird thing again. Should be fine.
Man,
There
between peak and killing floor, it's been just the alt tab curse.
Well, I can still connect. It's weird because I can tab out.
Well, it's because I have it on exclusive full screen that it does the weird.
Ah, no, okay.
If I had it on
I'm
full
back.
screen, it'd probably be alright, but it would be. It might do the
yeah.
weird thing again in the middle of stream where it changes its
No,
size.
that's okay. Bump, bump, bump.
Unknown bot. I mean, there is Gary in Deep Rock
Oh, yeah.
Galactic, who is basically the gnome that drives sentient robots around. He's kind of the gnome bot.
Gnome bot.
Gnome bot. But sorry, did we want to try the weekly? See if we can do it?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You get your ultimate back a lot faster, and Zeds have more health, and everything does more critical, and if you go down, you're out.
Okay.
There's no pickups, no revives.
Alright.
Oh, wait a second. It also... Wait, maybe we're not... It says hard difficulty recommended level 15.
Oh, I need to level up more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe we're not ready for that yet then.
never mind. Let's do the...
Level up a bit, and then we can try it. 'Cause I'm level 8.
So do you want to do radar station again to do your thingy?
Yeah, I would like that.
Change it back to normal.
Yeah, the saving grace about this game, it seems like you can upgrade and level up your perks pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so much too.
I do wonder if it'll pull Killing Floor 2 though, where the last like 5 levels are like double the amount of everything else.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Like it'll be an incremental grind.
I'm trying out my special perk, which will heal me.
Let's roll.
Oh right, yeah. The
like my
firebug has
burst
self-healing.
Yeah, my burst flame will heal me. So I want to see how that does.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I was weirded out by that because there's a thing on the engineer as well. If you get the fire grenade launcher and you fully upgrade it, it adds healing to the fire as well. Like self-healing.
Healing fire. Don't worry, you can trust it.
It's very strange. Like fire apparently has like leech in this game.
That's really cool.
Well, it's the future. They figured out a lot of things
future.
probably without Redmond.
Future.
Everything's chrome in the future.
Everything's chrome.
Just oh my god. When they make custom maps, someone's got to make that map. Just it's all chrome.
That is going to be a really bright map.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you know. It's going to be impossible to see. But at least the Zeds are going to pop out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If you're watching modders, make SpongeBob future map.
Nice.
Yes, the skulls. I like it.
I have the Crawler Queen as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I see that. That's epic.
Wait, have we only gotten Crawler Queen every run so far?
Pretty much.
So far.
Wait, what the heck?
Yeah.
Because the only other two are Chimera and the Impaler.
Yeah.
We haven't run into them yet.
Oh.
Alright, here we go.
I'll have to change my gadget next time.
Had to shoot a speaker immediately. And a camera.
Here they come.
Oh, here they come!
Get out of here!
So yeah, you'll kind of have to lead us a little bit since you can see your quest.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
this
just
is
have to locate the radar room. I don't... Oh wait, we're not doing it weekly. Never mind, it's fine.
Yeah.
I was like, this probably ain't the best one to do it on, but we're...
Yeah, I think your radar room's gonna be up here.
Well, that's... I don't know when the weekly will change over, but that should give enough time to maybe level up.
Yeah. It's probably always gonna be like just a hard difficult thing.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Alright, so it's like behind this hill if I want to get to the radar room.
Yeah, you just want to do it before the end of the wave, because then it can give you the thing next to it.
Yep, yep,
Yeah, I think it's back here.
I'll go with.
There we go.
Threat neutralized.
There's actually like no guys.
Yeah, they're all over. Still coming. I think
I'm activating
Artistics got
turret
most of them.
behind you, too.
It's like my Pikmin days. If you get left
leave that
behind,
there.
if you fall behind, you get left behind. Oh god.
Yeah.
Man, I get so mean in Pikmin. Like, I try to save them at first, and then, like, after a little bit, I'm just like, nah, that Pikmin fell behind, he's dead.
Oh, I've been looking forward to just playing Pikmin 4 again once Arcfight's done.
Did you?
I haven't actually been playing much. I've been arting so hard.
Yeah, you've been very busy with that.
I have, yes.
Where am I going?
It's been really good, but I'm
Okay.
starting to feel it.
Yeah.
But it only comes around once a year.
Okay, filled all the things.
Got like one more art stream that'll probably do something.
Oh, actually, I think you have to be down here for your second part.
Oh yeah, so it's pointing up.
Oh,
actually.
oh, did you not do it? Yeah, you gotta finish that before the trader ends.
If I could figure out how to get up. Oh, zip
Elevators,
line.
yeah.
30
Yeah, it should be
seconds,
somewhere in here, I think, or in the next room. Like, for me, it was right here.
Oh yeah, it's been confusing me of where to go. Oh, over here.
Yeah, it's in
There
this
we go.
room, but yeah, you had to find it.
There we
10
go.
seconds.
Okay, yeah, so on the next round, it should ask you to come down here.
Let's get outside.
Yes, get outside.
Oh,
That's a good
except
idea.
this multi-tool door was in the way, I forgot about that.
I just have to await
sorry.
further communication.
Wave.
Okay, once you located the basement.
Yeah, so it's down here behind this multi-tool door.
Alright. I will...
I only know this because I just did it.
True.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Oh my god. Oh my god. But there's
This just
also
happened.
problems. There's problems.
Oh, the
There's
basement's
also
empty.
problems.
This is
Yeah,
a
we need
bit
to
of
come
a
back.
squeeze.
Might have to find another way to the garage, though. Oh, you are here.
Like-
I guess we could open the multi-tool door then.
Yeah. Didn't want to get separated.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we definitely don't want that.
25% down, guys. Keep up the pace.
Alright, let me see about
Nope.
that door.
Yeah.
Over here? Yep.
Yeah.
Set your sights here.
Okay. 4 key acting up, but we got it.
Yay.
And it's down here.
Yeah, so there should be a valve in here, and then you gotta fix the
Oh,
pipe.
yeah. Aha.
Yeah, and there's a pipe to fix on the wall here, too.
They're coming through the wall. This place could do with
Oh, did you fix the pipe already too?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, so cool. It said waiting instructions, then we can get out of here?
We can leave.
Okay, he has gotta let us know so we can get out of here.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Ah!
Oh, yeah, forget it. I'm not leaving.
Oh my god.
Yeah, any of the elevators can get you out.
Unless, of course, there's Zeds blocking the path. Then
Hell
they just
out of
push you right back
here.
down.
Oh.
Will be stomach turns.
I'm just gonna pop it. As an engineer, I have to also make use of my time efficiently.
Don't fight my gimmick.
So I'm glad I was able to pop my ult while I was waiting for the zipline cooldown to wear.
Nice.
Man, I can't wait for the healing grenade buff because they do not heal fast enough.
Yeah, it's okay.
They're so good for the crowd clear though, like, cause like if I shoot it to heal you, it kills all the little enemies, so it's helpful anyway. But I just wish it healed better.
Upgrade that.
Yeah,
I want.
I hear you.
Effortless.
Okay, I'm gonna focus on upgrading
A
armor.
satisfying transaction.
Okay, I got the turrets up over here, so if one hunkered down in this spot, welcome to.
Oh yeah, this was a pretty good spot actually. Let me throw some ranges down. You know what? I'm gonna keep an eye on how many syringes and stuff we place down, because like if we start stuttering after a while, like after I've placed a couple, I wonder if that's what.
Oh, you
like,
think
what
like too many
happened?
objects on the screen?
Yeah, too many like deployables because they can kind of stick to any surface. I wonder if they have some weird networking code with them. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to do whatever your last objective is. Oh, actually, I think it's in the ravine. And we're in the ravine.
We are in the ravine.
Ulif, how you doing?
'Cause I think you're gonna spray poop out of this sewer here. I think you're gonna have to dig through the poop.
We
Oh,
call it detritus.
no! I don't wanna!
Call it detritus, please. Detritus.
Let's try
Yep,
this.
I gotta search the sewage.
Detritus.
Yay!
Oh.
Dig through that sewage.
Yes,
Auto
do it.
no.
It's gross.
Yeah. Gross for you, hilarious for everybody else.
Yeah, that was nasty.
I mean, that was
Opening up
pretty
the
much
summer locker up here.
that was pretty much the like identity of the Jackass series.
Do stupid, outrageous shit.
Yeah. Gross or painful for you, hilarious for everybody else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I watched that entire series with my uncle.
Oh man, the Bad Grandpa movie was so cursed.
I cannot watch that again. That gave me so much secondhand embarrassment. Like I couldn't. I was like, oh god.
Getting flanked from behind.
There is no behind. There's only the force.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the little cave here you mentioned last time. They're coming out of that. They got me.
Ew. And they got like a little den. Woo!
Yeah, it's a little hidey hole.
Mini dragon with mini gun. Yes, fear me.
That's actually kind of funny. I like that idea.
Mini dragon with mini gun.
Yeah.
Well, you got Tweak Daka. You got Tweak spinning a minigun. I guess you could get Broa to do something with Suit.
Oh my gosh, wait, if the dragon's mini, would that not make the minigun a mega gun?
Oh, absolutely. No, Broa keeps threatening me with arts. I'm gonna get him back with arts very soon once I recover from the arts fight. Like, I'm just saying, Broa. I'm gonna get you.
There's a satisfaction to murdering everything. To killing the floor, if you will.
The floor killing.
Do what now? Nothing.
They're coming out of the cave again.
Just saying how much of a wonderful person you are.
You're bigger, and I'm
They're definitely not planning to get a kaiju shrink ray. Don't worry about
Oh, that man, that really healed me up. Oh, wow.
What?
Oh, my special.
Oh, nice.
Heals me up and does damage. That's great.
Actually, that's probably really good, because that special makes you jump in, so... Ooh, ammo bag, that's good.
Hey, do you think there's time to get in a quick nap?
Wow.
Easy.
Wait, which
At
one
some
of us?
point, I may have violated my Hippocratic
That
oath.
Alright, who
thing
closed the
you were
door?
gonna DM me as... What was the thing you were... Oh! God, I forgot about that. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It never existed. It was the thing. It was the thing that I told Soot to say to Broa, and then Soot said, "Say it yourself," and I'm like, "Okay, I will," and then I forgot to say it.
Oh, God.
We've all been there.
Yeah. And then
Activating all this shit.
And then the world was like, "Oh God, no."
Jeez. It's okay. The goblin's drunk. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
We're gonna try the big gun.
Big Taka.
Yeah. Oh, it only has 5 healing charging. Interesting. Oh, it's supposed to be
5
said.
seconds.
Oh, I made a comment about basically because I'm so short compared to the kaiju that if
Strapped up and ready to go?
do you know the thing from Hank Hill and Bobby where he's like, "That's my purse, I don't know you," and he kicks the person in the nuts? It was basically that, because I'm like, how am I gonna punch up at a kaiju?
Oh my goodness.
That's so rude, but you are a goblin, so
I don't know
you know.
I was like, how else am I gonna even have a chance? Kaiju fight.
A brief pause.
You gotta go for the royal jewels.
Wow.
Yeah. But then I had a better idea, and I'm just like, oh, shrink ray.
Get down to your level.
Fight someone your own size. Okay. Shrinks person to my size.
I'm a wild mage. I can just like,
It could happen.
yeah, I could just like shorten him.
We're off to a good start.
I don't know if he'll turn back though. He might not like that.
Oh, in the eyeball. In the eye hole. Remember on this sheep or a potted plant?
I
Yes.
mean, yes. You don't get a choice. One of those will happen.
Oh God, I got a scrake on me.
Yeah, that looks unpleasant.
Oh yeah. Get in there.
I don't think it isn't a hobby. It's a calling.
Nice.
Cool. This should keep all the small Zeds out while we fight the scrake. Oh, never
Execute.
mind. He's already dead.
Die. You scum of the earth.
So my ult is basically just, this is the dome. We fight the big Zeds in the dome.
I think that's pretty awesome.
I got turned into a pizza. It was the funniest shit I ever saw.
Okay, that's a grenade.
Oh, there's another scrake.
Oh, I love these shock traps. Oh, fuck! Get like that!
Okay, Husk, can you get down here?
Just trying to execute it. It's not letting me execute.
Execute!
Goddamn suit.
Oh, hello, Chris!
Hello, hello.
Oh, hell yeah!
Okay, this gun is good. I do miss not having underslung grenades, but medic, it starts off kind of weak.
Shit, I saw.
But they get a lot of very unique perks. Like, for example, I've been building myself into kind of a grenade area denial. So, like, all my grenades do, like, insane damage to a weak guy. Oh, I forgot that's called the Hawk Tua. Jeez. But because it's not able to do grenades, I might have to change back to my other one, unfortunately. That is alright. I will invest in this as my secondary. Cool. And then I just have to get armor in the next wave. I'm still at blue.
Oh.
This is my Ghostbuster gun.
Let's head to the trader pod, team.
I can bust a ghost.
Oh yeah!
Were these turrets hacked over here? Like, can I turn them back on? Nope. I have not been.
Yeah, let me do that. Here, let me get them started for you.
Oh, there's also one up there. We could have 3 turrets in this spot.
Target area B.
Really? Oh, yeah. Here. I can reach that from here.
Okay. Turret is activated.
I don't have enough money to get my things back anyways, so no worries.
How goes the busting of the Zed? Zed Buster! You'll see in a second. It's been going good so far. We've only gotten the Crawler Queen today.
It's just, yep.
Like, specifically.
Yeah, but you have encountered, I think.
She likes to pop up a lot.
Yesterday.
Yeah, we got to show all of them off yesterday.
That's true.
Ah. Don't cross the beams! Oh wait, sorry, do cross the beam!
Here, have a wheeze on that.
Oh, you've also got a beam. I appreciate that.
I do. I do. It's a straight beam.
Yeah.
Doesn't really do the wibbly wobbly, but we love it nonetheless.
Yeah, yours is a blue like electrical beam. Mine's a bio beam, whatever that.
Yeah, this beam really bores into their skin. They hate it.
Oh, flesh man.
I'm on it.
Oh god, he overcharged my whole gun.
Ooh!
Hey, GM, how's it going?
Oh my god, GM! Hello, everybody! Welcome to the Killing of Floors.
We're killing all right.
The 3rd.
Murder Dome!
It's nice to have so many people played it. Just be checking out this game.
Oh, this is a community night, by the way. So anybody's welcome to join if you have it.
Yeah, if you have it. Feel free to come out. If you only have Killing Floor 2, we're going to be doing that on August 2nd in our Discord.
Rip and tear! Sorry.
I'm getting so into this, I forget to mention that, like, yeah, this is open to join.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's happening.
No idea what's happening. That's the best, when you don't know what's
I think
going
we
on.
found the new strat.
What's going on?
I know this has been an absolute blast.
Just
For
gonna
those
keep
wondering. Oh man, the Vulcan is just so fun.
Okay, his head's gone. I assume that means he's dead.
You can't do much without a head.
No.
There's gonna be a Zed that's gonna live without a head.
Well, I was
One of
just
these days
thinking
they'll
about
find
how
a way.
some bugs can live without a head, and like, I'm actually surprised that hasn't been a thing yet.
Yeah. Have to raid and run. Oh, no, that's fair. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for bringing your community and stopping by. Make sure to rest, get your post-stream Karen and everything. Yeah, I super appreciate it.
Trying to do that.
I love setting things on fire.
Alrighty.
Gum,
Oh, we survived that.
Oh.
Ah, we're all alive.
Yeah, there's the fact
For
that
now.
this gun kinda has everything. It's an explosive weapon, and then it could be a flamethrower. It is just so good.
I'm voting Impaler.
Yeah, let's
for
hope
a
we get
boss?
something new.
I think it's gonna be Impaler for the boss, yeah.
Oh, yep. Oh, I can get... Yes, my custom Vulcan! I cast Fireball!
I cast Fireball. You know, I did see that in the Discord last night, and I did have a laugh. I had a laugh when I saw that last night.
Oh,
I
was so proud.
These are technology.
Our favorite 5th level spell. Or sorry, 3rd level spell that you get at 5th level.
Yes, yeah.
It's been a hot minute since I played D&D.
Yeah, no, we mainly play Pathfinder now, so I am
Yeah, so I heard.
just completely...
Yeah.
I forget most things in D&D now. Yeah, it's just been a lot more fun.
I cast Infinite Daka. Oh my god. I'll take it.
Yes.
I would like Infinite Daka.
Wait, 10 seconds. Good luck.
Emergency help.
Okay, syringes are down. Good luck, everybody. You know what? I'm gonna close this door. Boss is not gonna come from that way. We'll be fine.
No way.
shopping?
Well, and it
Another
is she.
queen crawler.
It is she.
Another queen crawler.
Yeah, Pathfinder has just been a lot more fulfilling
Time to
and
slay queen.
engaging, and I think D&D just kind of felt... It actually feels like after Pathfinder, it feels so restrictive.
It's weird to say because like obviously there's a lot of homebrew for D&D, but if you just take D&D without homebrew, it's very bland compared to Pathfinder.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
stuff is just kind of stand on its own legs.
Yeah. Like meanwhile,
Lot of
Pathfinder,
DMs.
I have not had to homebrew anything in like my 4 years of playing 2nd edition so far.
Yeah, that's great. You shouldn't really have to, but you know, with the content that D&D is supposed to be putting out lately, it's just been very abstract and not very like, here's the setting, here's the people that do X, Y, and Z in these situations. I think if they had something like that,
Yeah.
and something like more in-depth on occasions too, maybe a little tangent there. You know, it just feels like they don't have enough to really give things a leg to stand on.
Oh god, it can stab you with its
Woohoo!
back legs.
Apparently, yes!
Got it from eggs. I killed the eggs.
Yeah, I always burn them. No, your babies will not escape me.
Oh.
It's on your head.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, weird interaction. I don't know.
Oh. Ah! Like, for example, the fact that I can play a motherfucking actual dragon in Pathfinder is the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, or like turning into a lich is just a player dedication that can happen.
Yeah, it's not very. It's very weird.
Yeah.
Wise. I feel like this will still be like, yeah, we could have you play that.
There's a healing zone here. It should kill all the babies that touch it. Yep, it killed all of them as they spawned.
Oh! Come here! Come here!
Oh, good. They didn't eat
Oh.
artistic. They were so close.
I was making sure that she died before artistic did.
Oh.
I don't know what you did to the queen artistic, but they really want to eat you every single time.
Yeah, she was gunning for him.
Maybe she
Finger
wants
in the
tasty
ass.
wolf.
Yeah. Do we go back to the thingy again?
Stronghold? Yeah, why don't we?
Return with the party, yeah. Good way to say hi to everybody, too. D&D also has the problem with skill scaling slow, like having +2 at level 1, +6 at level 17, yeah. It's...
Or like when we hit like past level 10 in D&D, it's like we're way too overpowered, but things
It's hard to
continue
balance,
to stay balanced in Pathfinder, which still makes it like rewarding and fun. Still a challenge.
It is... I don't know how they did it so well, but it is hard to unbalanced Pathfinder. like to the point where like I almost always do like the bonus like archetype system, and I'll do like the extra, and I'll throw in extra dedications and stuff like that, and like everything still feels balanced. It's like, how does that make any sense?
I got stuck before.
Yeah, I noticed you weren't in the lobby.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Hope I'll still get my stuff. Yeah, it definitely got stuck in the loading screen.
It says you're still online, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
gonna swap out for the ninja. Play some ninja.
Healing allies with your weapon.
I might
grants
have to
some
force
20%
it.
Damage reduction. Oh, that's fair. Well, at least one other player or a traitor pod is nearby. You take less damage. Interesting. Shooting downed allies with your weapon's healing effect heals their bleed out health for 140% of your weapon's standard healing. So you can just pick someone up with like 2 darts at their... Wow, okay.
Cool.
Social distancing. I see. Okay, so I do need a...
Oh, okay. Achievements went through, so that's good.
So I guess I should have one weapon that's grenades and one weapon that's not grenades, because the healing darts are getting, like, boosted by stuff, so... Damage plan. Allies healed by your weapon deal more damage. That seems nice. Healing an ally with your weapon also increases your weapon damage. Oh, okay. Interesting. There's some cool stuff here. Gas cloud duration increased by... Oh my god, that's so good for the grenade build. So you make it that it heals 55% more. It does 120% increased biotic damage to enemies, so it culls the, like, small enemies. And then you make it last 6 extra seconds. Oh, downed allies in the biotic grenade cloud can also be healed by the grenades. Oh, it can pick... Grenades can pick people up. Interesting.
Sweet. That's gonna be handy.
Yeah, wow, that might be even better. The 6-second buff is great, but that's a really good.
Yeah, we're not invincible.
Yeah. When Sanctum expires, it releases an explosion of 800 biological damage. Yeah. After activating the Sanctum, it can be activated a second time before the first one expires to create a second Sanctum that has the same effects. Okay, interesting. Or Sanctum Field now also instantly revives downed allies. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of, like, just pick up your downed allies from, like, either instantaneous or from a distance away. Oh.
Need the money.
Well, I'm gonna look at some more stuff while it's going in.
Yeah.
I want to look at... Oh, wait, actually, we got another supply pass point.
Oh, why can't I join you? It only says view profile.
Good question. I
the
can
money,
try
quick.
inviting you. Wait,
Yeah.
Need the money.
Need
Beg,
money?
please.
Yay.
How do you need money? What's the need money button?
I just need the money.
I just need it.
Help with those.
Help with
Don't
what?
ask
It's left alt.
questions.
You press and hold it.
Oh.
Left alt. Yeah.
This way. Follow me. Behind me.
This will basically have to do for emotes.
Oh, okay.
Gosh,
Oh, you don't get to
now.
hear your own character, though. That's interesting.
This way. Quick.
Oh, that's not good. It's
Could use some financial assistance.
It's loading me in the same way,
Oh,
and it's
gosh.
just stuck.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Do I have to
Gosh,
reload the
please.
lobby, maybe?
I can't rejoin properly.
Here, I can exit the title.
Yeah,
See if
like
that
I have
fixes it.
to literally kill the game again.
Okay, yeah, let's just.
Yeah,
exit the
something
title and
weird
let's
is
try that again.
happening.
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
I mean, it's a lobby on like one of their servers, right? So like maybe we gotta basically load up a new server.
Yeah. Let's give that a try first. Yeah, this music is a banger.
So is.
Because we play so much Killing Floor 2 like offline too, I totally forgot to turn off like the lyric setting in Killing Floor 2, and I'm like, oh no, like the last time we streamed it, because it always gets flagged if you have lyrics on.
Oh, nice thing about the third game though, they said that it's fine.
Yeah, they said music in this one should be fine for streaming.
Very good.
Wait, well, I guess I invited Arcs, that's fine.
P. Joining game.
I mean, we had 2 slots.
Yeah. I accidentally invited someone, but they were playing on my friends list. Who knows? Maybe they'll want to play.
They sometimes join for stuff.
Yeah. They'll be playing with somebody already, too.
Right.
Alright, it's time for me to learn my ninja way.
Yeah. The ninja way? I liked that character.
It was fun.
Mainly because...
I like the shurikens.
Yeah, like melee...
The shurikens are very good.
Melee damage isn't just melee either, like... Because that character's like all slashing damage, they're actually super strong against Skrakes.
Ooh.
Yeah, Skrakes are weak to slashing because it goes with ballistics, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so good.
Oh, right, yeah, you did mention that earlier. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to try it out. That reminds me. I need to check and see if mouse 4, I think it is, mouse 4 or mouse 5, if that doesn't stab like the knife does.
Marked.
Okay, so I need you to invite me
Yes,
again.
it does a stab. Okay. That's cool.
See, hopefully it doesn't do the thing.
Alright, it says you're in.
Yeah, it says player join.
But I don't see so.
Oh, there.
Oh, there we go.
I'm in normally. So what was happening before? I'd be hovering like in the air, and everything was frozen.
Oh, we didn't even see you before. Like it said you joined,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
you wouldn't load in. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see.
But it looks like you're here now, so.
Yeah.
I am here.
So we're done radar station. So you should be on the same mission as me then, the Horazine factory. We must factory.
Factory, eh?
Factory. Oh, matchmaking. I gotta turn that off. There we go. Because we started a new server.
Yep.
Money, please.
The Cochrane assembly site is a Horizon-owned bioweapons manufacturing plant in Texas. Oh. It was all Texas. Major systems malfunction has released newly assembled Zeds. Oh.
So I gotta travel to Horizon factory.
Yeah.
For this one.
Yeah, I think we're on the same one now, which is good.
Okay, we're lined up. Oh, all right. Neat.
Let me know when everyone's ready.
Yeah, I just leveled up.
Leveled.
You know, one of my skills.
Dosh.
Oh, actually, I also want to turn... Dosh! I also want to turn the master volume down a little
Money,
further.
please.
Do 55 instead of...
Gosh, please.
Need the money.
Do you hear your own character saying that? Or...
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. Because anytime I do it, I don't hear anything.
Dosh.
I can't explain that. Maybe you got something turned low on your settings? I don't know.
Yeah. Like, I haven't been hearing my character say anything, which is weird.
Well,
Me money?
Obi, your Obi is wearing a helmet, so maybe you're just very muffled.
Maybe he can't. Yeah, that's true. Oh my god, you're right. I bet they didn't think about that. Oh, that is...
I don't know. That's a speculation, though.
That is totally something that would happen, though. Okie dokie. I guess everybody's ready for the factory?
Yeah. As ready as we're gonna be, anyway.
Oh man, my ultimate dome now does 200% damage to small enemies that try to enter it.
Damn.
I think it'll just melt anything up to like gore fats, probably.
Let's go.
See you at the mission site, guys.
Cool.
And grenades do 120% damage now to small enemies. So it should be
nice.
fine. Oh, that was a screenshot there. Okay,
Yeah, I also saw that.
don't worry. It's
Like
just,
that weird loading bay full of
Yeah.
Zeds.
Yeah, it's just a little curse. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Slight cursage. I guess I'll grab that. If I talk, I'll breathe in the toxins inside the helmet. That's why I can't say anything. Oh, Chibata's joined.
Hey! Oh heck yeah! He is
Sweet.
here.
This place is in quite a state.
All right, let me
Hello,
add 'em.
Chibata!
Start your search of the facility in the lobby.
Hello.
Help.
Dash time.
To that.
Oh god, indoors.
Someone has been posing as an employee. I suspect
God.
the trail. Look for
Well,
the
yes.
telltale mark.
I almost forgot my flashlight. I was like, it's too dark in here. Oh, some of the ones you chopped in half were still crawling around.
Oh yep, that's gonna be a problem.
Right. Forgot my shuriken, but shuriken. Shuriken.
Oh, and I was able to play Ninja, which is nice. 'Cause in the first beta, whenever I bought a melee weapon upgrade, I can no longer use melee weapons for the rest of the match.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that.
It was really funny.
Unfortunate, but yeah, a little funny. Oh man, all my armor's already gone.
Oh, did you buy starting armor?
No, I just start off with starting.
Oh, right, yeah. No, you're right. You start with white.
Yeah, it's just the common. But yeah, it's all gone by now.
Yeah, that class I found was, like, pretty weak until you got, like, the level 2 ability where parrying
Yeah.
could actually, like, do healing and stuff.
Here.
Oh, we don't have a multi-tool.
No, we do
Oh,
not.
I can grab one. I can switch mine out. I actually have a daily to use one.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to
Alrighty.
use boom doors. I forgot about that.
I just feel like when someone has the multi-tool, you really only need one.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as like one person on the team has a multi-tool. Ooh, I didn't get as much money this time. Interesting.
Do you need Dosh?
God, I don't know what the price difference here is. Trade value, current dosh, budget total. Okay, I need 110 dosh. If you can donate
Yeah, I can
110.
spot you that. It's only doing it in increments of 25, so there you go.
All right.
I didn't.
Any.
Wait, what? I didn't get any dosh.
No? Hang on, let me try that again.
Did it? Oh, does it send it through here? Oh, I thought you had to throw it on the ground. Oh,
No,
okay.
you send it through the menu here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that did.
But you
did
can
work.
throw it. You can throw it on the ground.
Oh, that's okay. I did not know that was a thing. When do dailies
Yeah,
reset?
just-
Good question.
Yeah, I have no idea. I just gotta find stuff to activate.
Hello?
I want to go into that big factory floor area because that's usually pretty safe to fuck around in.
Defeated.
There's also a fan out here for whoever has a multi-tool.
I do. Let me use it in case anybody else has it, just so I can get my daily.
Yeah. There's also a zipline and a
I'm
turret
over
out here
here.
too.
I'm gonna. Oh, awesome! I'm gonna activate all this shit.
Yeah.
All right,
You're down to 75%.
The turret's right here, and the zip lines on the other side.
Oh yeah, this is good spot.
I'm just hiding right by the fan, so like anything that walks over to me is getting blended.
Trying to, oh god.
Oh, it's a party here.
Trying to activate it.
Come on.
I'm not getting a thing for the zip line. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, like it's over here.
Oh god, okay. Cool. Yeah, I gotta check up on my dailies more, but I mean, that also I could do when I'm not streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw.
It'd be easier for me to pay attention.
I saw a weekly for doing the doors, like boom doors. So I might have to try that.
But streamer problems, I get way too distracted.
Rip and tear until it's done.
Also, hello, GL and Genie. Hello, hello. We 85% killing those floors.
Oh yeah. The fan's turned on, by the way. Just be careful if you're heading in front of it.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Oh.
Ow. 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 He's up. They're up there. I don't have the range for them.
Been lurking. Death Ground's going well. Absolutely. We've been getting the Queen Crawler a lot.
Yeah, we haven't got anything but the
She
Queen Crawler
really
so far.
likes us.
Oh. My game just crashed.
Oh no!
Yeah. I just slid into them and then the game just closed itself.
Oh shit.
So there's clearly some bugs
A little bit
on.
of.
Yeah, that's some issues.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, launch.
I was supposed to intercept convert communication in the locker room. Whoops, I'm supposed to be doing a mission. I forgot about that.
Wow.
But it's also on the same mission. And neither of us paid attention.
Oh, I've been doing the other stuff.
Okay, let me try opening up the game and getting back in real quick.
It's funny, he's just sliding on the floor.
I'm sliding.
Covert communication in the locker room. Where would that be? It's not even on the map. That's why I haven't been.
Oh, I have to use the multi-tool specifically on turrets for this. Okay.
Let me compile my shaders. All 10,000 of them.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna switch out my tool to that boom door just so I can make some progress on that. There we go. Okay, anyone that falls behind gets locked out.
Oh shit! Wait!
The Shadow
I'm
Nerf
here.
Ninja is crazy. I don't know what to say.
Oh, there's a turret right here.
Oh yeah, because it's specifically for turrets.
Oh, can't jump through that. Okay.
Turrets activated.
Okay.
So get one more.
Okay, that door has an explosive bomb on it.
What's that over there?
I'm gonna put an explosive bomb on this door.
Gorlina, hello!
Okay, explosive bomb on that door, explosive bomb on this door. This whole room is armed with explosive bomb.
Yeah.
I
How
can't
you
believe I'm missing
doing?
all this. Very sad.
Hey, you made it through the explosive bomb door. How'd you do that? Oh man, the
killing
explosive
many
bomb door killed
floors.
all the Zeds that were coming.
At
Yeah, I
least
saw that.
3 floors.
Okay, I still don't know where the locker room is though. Gotta find that. I don't want to leave the group. I just have no idea where it is.
Yeah, right, because we do have to do that, but I've also been staying by the turrets.
It's just the longer we
There's
don't
no
do it,
map
the
for
harder
this.
it'll be at the...
No, you're right.
Okay, I'm gonna guess it's to the left side of this room. There's
Yes,
like a weird...
I'm not,
There's no indicator or anything, unfortunately.
no.
Initiating lockdown.
Oh wait, the locker room was that room at the beginning, over here. Yeah!
Oh, okay.
It was the room at the very
Yeah, I
beginning.
was gonna say, weren't we there already?
Yeah, we just never found the thing in it. That's why it's not marking it, because we were already here.
Yeah, it's like in one of the corners.
Oh, there it is, yep.
I'm on my way!
It's in the back corner over there.
No, it's not.
Oh, what's there for me?
No?
Did it count for you? Does it say await further communication?
No, it says locate the RNT red stash in the control room.
Oh, yours is different.
Oh.
Did you already find this and just not let me know?
Oh, because there's... I think you're looking for the frontal lobes of certain Z specimens.
Is it the frontal lobes you were on?
No. I was on listen to the recording in the locker room.
Oh!
Which I assume is the first step, because I haven't done anything yet, so...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could be. Yeah, there's like 3 separate storage chests that you have to find later, and they have like the heads of Zeds in there, and you gotta take them to the lab later. So.
Ah.
Then you should be on... Wait, you're not on my step yet?
Well, I have to wait till the next wave, because you have to wait each wave to do them.
Oh.
That's why you gotta do them fast during the waves.
I see.
Ah, welcome.
Because, like, I'm only gonna learn the next one on wave 4. Oof.
I mean, I'm still also on it. I never found it.
Those boom doors are good, though. I didn't think they'd be that good, but, like, that was pretty much just, like, lock a door.
Hello, Arx!
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I invited you by accident, but it is an open thing, so I'm like, yeah, no, for sure.
No, it was Arx, eh?
Item secured.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just gonna invite everyone on here, and then it's like, oh, Arx is playing.
I need...
Very.
Do you need any money?
I still need to open one more turret. Well, if I don't see any more, I guess I'll get it next time.
Philbo, do you need any dosh?
I am going to grab a katana. I just traded in my old katana for it.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm okay.
I'm just gonna upgrade my armor then. This looks like the control room right here. No? Maybe? Because the next step,
yeah, it
next step
does.
said control room.
I just...
Because if you can lead me to where the next step is, then as soon as it starts, I can get it.
I mean, I've been struggling to find it myself, even with the markers.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'll get the markers, then I might be able to help out.
It's closed, Nightfall.
Locate the factory floor, control room, and foundry.
Yeah,
oh,
like,
it's
I think it's pointing...
Oh, it's a bunch of places. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the step now where you have to find all the different chests.
That'd be the factory floor.
Okay, so there's one here. Oh, I see. It's in the corner here. Okay.
Oh.
This stash in the corner here is the first one.
Yeah, the reflex is quite intense.
Oh god, oh god.
I do have to say.
Yeah.
But I do have a 5080.
No,
so
I don't have that.
I assume for older model graphics cards, it would put a bit of more of a strain on you.
It must not be the locate R&D one then.
Oh, I have NVIDIA reflex off.
You got a 4070 Ti? Yeah, that's pretty good, all things considered.
4070 Ti, nice. Yeah, that's a good one. I am on the 4080 Ti Super.
Sweet.
Yeah. It cost more than most of my computer, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
That's the sad
Arch was just saying about the reflex just being really intensive on the graphics cards.
Yeah. No, that's good to know. Okay.
Yeah, I just cannot find what it's asking me to look for.
Yeah,
Trying to get you
I'm confused because, like, did you already find these chests then when we went through all these rooms?
I guess I did, but I have to locate the R&D red stash and control room, and then one in the foundry, and I haven't been seeing it.
Oh, okay, so you had already found the main room. Okay, so I'm in the foundry right now. If you wanna, I can show you where this one is. Like it's way up in the top of the foundry. I just found this one.
Oh my god.
So it's over here. And it's like in that corner right here.
I think
Okay. I'm guessing this is it.
Yep. Okay, so we are on the same step. You just had already
So-
found the one in the other area.
I can't find the control room. I went there a couple times.
Yep. I'll help you if we can get out of here.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you need a little help doing rip and tear?
Ah.
I'm just kind of running. If we get through this door, I can seal it.
Alright, hang on. I'm gonna try and get to you guys' location.
There, that door's sealed.
A massive fire. Bring it
Let's go
on.
through
A lot
this
of
one.
nasty stuff
That
in
door's
between
sealed.
you and them.
Nice.
I mean, they're all gonna blow up going through those doors, so that should help.
I'm with you guys. Rip and tear.
Rip and tear.
Rip and tear.
Okay, so it's in here somewhere.
Nice.
I think it's over here in this location that I'm
Oh yeah,
running over
I
to.
see it.
I just haven't been seeing it because it's all the way
target area.
in the.
Yeah, they tuck them away,
Corner.
so it's hard to see it exactly.
There we go. There we go. Now we just have to
Complete the match.
survive.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Is this door sealable? It is. Nope, it's not. That door already blew up. Okay. That's fair. I blew up a lot of doors, to be fair.
I got my daily too, so
Oh,
I have only a couple more, and then I'll have them all completed.
But if you want to join us, Arcs, by the way, you're more than welcome to. We got
Yes.
a spot still,
Please.
so...
Way to show him who's boss.
I mean, we are just playing on normal, so if you're playing on
Yeah.
like Hell on Earth difficulty, like the Chad you are,
Yeah,
the Giga Chad.
we're
Yeah.
still leveling up, so yeah, no, you're not.
Or use the opportunity to try a lower level class and get them leveled up, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't
floats it
played
up.
enough to want to do like the harder difficulties yet, and just want to focus on leveling.
Man,
Yeah, same.
the big guys really messed up the door.
Oops. I forgot I've been
My baby.
not deploying the shock traps. I should be.
Well, can I get a little bit of dosh?
Yeah, I'll spot you, suit. Hang on.
Just to refill my armor?
Yeah. Got like $100 I'm coming back.
Here,
Oh,
take
thank you,
1,000.
thank you. Oh, beautiful.
If Ciabatta is sticking with Medic 2 in the next wave, I'll switch to Engineer, because I haven't played
Goblin
them in a
bomb
bit.
disfused. Lucky.
Can do some of that on...
Literally the only thing I have leveled.
No, that's fair. My Engineer is about level 6, so it's not too bad.
I also have a daily for engineer that I should play at some point, but I'll let you go engineer first.
I'm
if
gonna
you're
lock
gonna
this...
do that.
Oh, I'm gonna double lock this door. Bam.
Because I'll
First
almost have
bomb.
all my dailies completed, so.
Bam, second bomb.
Locked tight.
Pod is shut down.
Gotta love them bomb doors. Is this door bombable?
Goblin
I
engineering.
think they already blew it.
Double bomb.
Double bomb. You don't just
When
bomb
one
it
bomb
once.
won't do.
Yeah. You gotta double bomb. It's like when people don't bring enough DACA.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the Meyer versions.
Aim for the tummies.
Yeah.
The little glowy bits. They're weak against them.
So the Ghostbuster beam does extra damage to Meyer, which is interesting. That's why it's so good on the crawler fleet.
No, this is my spot. This is my kill box.
Okay.
Ow. Oh my god. I forgot that they can go run around without their heads. Oh, that's double strikes in here.
Yeah, that's why you target the Myers' stomach, is because they headshots don't kill them.
Here, that should keep all the little Zeds out.
Oh!
My blade strikes true.
I was like, that's
Oh,
had nothing
beautiful
left. How is he-
explosions! Look at that!
How is he still
Red
standing?
line strikes too.
Man, I feel like we'd be so covered in like red mist.
By the power of God in anime.
I mean, he does like Naruto run as well.
He does.
Alright, I can stab. I should be doing more of that.
Get your pasty ass out of here.
Alright, not die. No use to anyone dead.
Or are you?
Where am I?
Oh no!
I'm bleeding out.
Oh no! Save the ninja!
Thanks. Back at it like
If
a
we could
crack
get
addict.
execution on one of these two, it would probably execute
Oh
the
wow,
other
this is
one.
great. Oh!
Yeah, there's two of them. Oh, he's
Sorry, I
down.
got nervous.
Executing. Executing Order 66.
Oh, he mad. He's a mad boy.
Oh, Grumina,
Angry.
you failed normal coffee?
Oh no, Coralina,
That's a
no!
difficulty one.
Oh, Tweak's gonna disown you.
Wow.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
He's not a coffee slime.
Yeah, that's fair.
Lucy!
I don't want to say it's fair, though.
Can barely concentrate with all this noise.
Is that
Well,
Zed
she's a
fighting my
honey slime,
door
so
over
she'd
there?
do better with tea.
Okay, well, he'll die as soon as he breaks that boom door, so... Are you trying to go kill him before he breaks the door? Ah, there it goes.
Too late.
Executed with surgical
You can't stop the ninja.
efficiently done.
Boss wave? Nice, boss wave.
Oh, it is the
Oh,
boss
yes,
wave.
yes, yes.
Wow.
I
feel like
cast
these waves go by
fireball
so
is
quick.
out. Let's go.
You know what I need? Kunai with chain.
Oh, beautiful. Oh yes.
So oh, this is a good area to fight over here. The fan is still in working
Oh yeah,
order too.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm
Alright,
gonna
sweet. Let's
boom
slide
trap
on
all the doors.
Boom shakalaka.
Oh, never mind. This door's gone. Can't really do that one. What the heck
Yeah.
happened to this hallway?
Scrakes probably.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
This used to be a very clean facility. Oh yeah, there's also a turret here too. And armor chest? Yeah, if multi-tool wants to open the armor chest, that's also...
Location marked.
Got 30 seconds.
You still have the multi-tool set?
Oh no, I traded it out.
Oh, okay, damn. That's
All
fine.
good.
I didn't see that chest. To be fair, because we were looking for all those other chests.
Yeah. We were looking for the other chest.
I'm sorry.
Everyone ready? The fan here works, so if the boss gets in front of it, I'm gonna turn it on.
Hell yeah.
Oh, again?
Oh your god! How many times?
It's been Queen Crawler season.
Yeah. It sure has.
Open season on these creatures.
Just all stream. The queen wants to be seen. It's her night.
Kill the
Yes,
Slay.
queen.
Yeah.
Her children are
Where's
here.
she at?
Oh lord.
Oh,
Oh
there
lord,
she
she
is.
coming.
Perfect. Fan's turning on. Yeah, she's in the fan. Oh, it sucked her in and broke.
Oh!
Rip and tear, rip and tear.
It did a decent chunk of damage. Is she stuck in it? Oh, there she goes. Okay.
Yeah, she's free. But yeah, it did some damage, for sure.
Oh, she's up top. Okay.
Get down! Get down!
Who you gonna call? Zed Busters! I am afraid no queen.
Certainly not afraid of this one.
We just shortened her name to Lizzie.
Yeah. Oh, there goes her butt.
Uh-oh.
When you're so thick, your butt explodes.
Just stabbing her over and over with the kunai.
Okay, a couple of healing grenades down just to get rid of all these. Now, I mean, sorry, you're beautiful children.
No, you got it right the first time. I mean, same thing, but...
Don't go in the ground. Hopefully all the children will jump into the field that kills them. Yay!
Yeah.
Level him is that time.
Oh, she's so goopy. Why is she so moist when she's cooking?
Let her cook, Jack. Let her cook.
Yeah, let her cook.
She's just really basted.
Oh god. Who wants spider legs?
Who wants money?
It's like lobster, right? Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, probably.
Land lobster.
Hey, look at that, no one got bored.
Yay!
No one got
Damn.
bored.
I mean, yeah, yay.
Yay.
Like a messed up turkey.
Well, then
Gobble, gobble.
For that, we'd have to stuff the queen.
Oh.
Okay, let me bring us back to the stronghold.
Yes, please.
For all the leveling up in shizness.
That's also gonna use the bathroom. Ugh, good.
Filbo Baggins the Barbarian. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let me do a quick, well, it's taking us back. I'll do a quick ad break and we'll get our drinks refilled.
Everybody stretch. Bucket lamp loot box.
Oh,
they
they're
are here.
Oh, they're colorful. They're very
they
colorful.
are here.
I'm full of so much nitra. Oh no.
Oh no!
I pet you, but I must murder. Wow, morbing time. Oh no.
Okay, what do we got here? Block.
I don't know how to feel about this. It's just you made fail safe where you can't. Oh yeah. Oh.
No!
Why were you under the?
No, shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, okay.
Remember when I said there's a super tyrant somewhere? Yeah. Oh, there's a super.
Why did I buy real estate in kaiju lands? What was wrong with me?
That's not why it was so cheap.
Yeah, worst business decision of my life.
Goodness, I've never seen such insanity. Oh my gosh! This is... Do I need to do anything? Are you guys friends?
This isn't suspicious in any way. Oh no! They got me! My booty was too big! Colonel, I was trying to sneak into the base, but I was dummy thick and the clap of my ass cheeks alerted the guards.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, jeez. Alright. Okay. Okay, look at holy shit! Crazy. This is already what I expected.
Yeah. Is that Mithrix?
My
oh
god.
My god, it's Mithrix.
Mithrix, no, Mithrix, please be gentle. Oh god. Oh. In the sanctuary. Nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe. Oh my god. Nope. That sounds good. Chilling is always nice. I have to go get. Ah! Oh! 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 Ah! Oh! No! No! Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. No! 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 Oh my god! Wow! What a combo! Good job, Grubs! You just got a freaking combo attack! Is used a ton. And they're mostly donated assets. And it's just working smarter because when you're
wait, I'm a driller.
when it's a job and you're on a deadline, you need to work with those shortcuts.
I forgot I was a driller, guys.
So like that
Don't worry.
stuff.
I gotta bring the tokens in. Hold on a sec.
Yeah!
Jesus. Just give it a moment.
I'm very excited.
Greatest feral for it.
Excellent.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's the little teaser I have seen.
Yes. The two appear after a glowing, blinding light covers the room.
Oh my god!
That's too good.
I love this. I love this.
I'm gonna cry. Oh my
Excellent.
Oh
gosh.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful. The only time I'm taller than you now.
I like to think.
Oh, an N64! Oh, yeah! Let's go play some Mario Kart.
Hell yeah!
We're playing Mario Kart, everybody! I found the N64!
Woo! Controller!
And it
We
has
need
a
more controllers!
We do need more controllers.
How can we play Mario Kart like that? Come on!
Don't worry, I have third-party ones in the corner.
Oh no, I'm gonna die. No, it's your bear's blocking me! Your bear's dump truck thick ass is blocking me! Your bear's dump truck thick ass! Screw you! He's so cute. Try and get me, buddy. You won't. Nah, he's trying to walk.
What the?
Oh god, you got slammed?
Hey everybody! I was customizing
Hello.
guns. I'm sorry about that, but I'm gonna be.
Yeah, that's
sure-
all you missed.
Yeah.
I was customizing my sword.
Excellent, excellent. Is it gonna be an awesome weeboo sword?
No, I was following the way of the blade.
Oh, okay.
That was it.
Oh. Not the way of the waifus?
No, not that. We're not there. That's step 8.
Oh, okay. Oh, I have R&D lab
Actually,
now.
I can't craft my stuff. Oh, wow.
Wait, weren't we in the R&D lab before? Interesting.
Yeah, it throws you back in there, though, just to examine the Zed brains.
Oh, okay. Or do we want to? Because we've done that one today. Do we want to do like convoy or something as a just to mix it up?
I think I need convoy. Let me check.
You're probably on the same as me though, right? R&D lab. Or do you mean like a daily for convoy?
Yeah, survive convoy.
Oh, okay.
Daily.
Sure. That works for me.
Here, I'm just gonna finish this up. Okay, so I have made some modifications.
Oh, is
I'm
everybody...
just crafting.
Oh, okay. Let me know when
I don't have anything crafted. I just want to update my grenade launcher.
Yeah. Yeah, the ammo type for the grenade launcher has a lot. There's like acid rounds, electrical rounds, fire rounds. It's crazy.
Okay. It's crazy. I'm ready.
Crazy about you. So, yeah, so my customized sniper rifle should be double effective against Skrakes. Because I gave it blade damage and ballistic damage, which is its 2 weaknesses. So
yeah,
should be good. And then I turned my secondary pistol into explosive for flesh pounds. So hopefully that'll work.
Very spicy.
I figure like I should focus on heavies as the sharpshooters. Let me know when you're ready, Soot.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Hey, everyone
what the heck is going on out here?
Oh god!
Just gonna leave. Then I saw nothing.
It's fine. We're just practicing our CQCs.
Oh, okay.
Close quarters combat.
Ah, I thought you were practicing your ninja hand signs or something.
Fireball jutsu.
Oh,
pulls out a flamethrower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I don't know, I'm more of a taijutsu.
So I just have to save enough to get the penetrator.
Let's do this shit.
Because then I can use it in combination with my little boomstick.
Why do I... That is so strange. I see a check mark pop up for a player slot that's empty.
Oh, yeah.
I love how Ciabatta's banner is just Dosh.
Money, money, money.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so Ciabatta's got the multi-tool. Suit also has a multi-tool.
Yeah, I'll switch to syringes after wave 1.
Oh, okay. I don't know how many door areas there are, but I feel like the boom doors were actually pretty handy, so I'm gonna bring those again. I can always bring ammo if people need it.
I think there's a lot of doors in the comm tower area.
Heads up, squad. We've got company.
Oh my god, this thing is absurd. It's a revolver. I don't even need to hit them in the head because it does explosive damage, so if I hit them in the chest, it blows up their head sometimes. The bloats seem resistant to it. It must be resistant to explosive. Oh. Did y'all see the really funny engineer bug that was going on? There's a thing where if you make a grenade launcher with a 3-grenade barrel, you can fire 4 grenades fast enough that it takes you to 0 ammo, and then you can just infinitely fire the grenade launcher without ever reloading or having any time between fire.
I think we should revisit the fact that there's a 3-grenade barrel.
Yeah, you can get an 8-barrel and a 3-barrel as options for it. It's like a triangle. It's great.
There's no kill like overkill.
Yeah. Oh, cysts and clots. Okay.
Oh, I should thrive this next wave.
Cut damage is up. Yeah, that's a good one. Damn. Yeah, I'll need a bit more.
All right. I'm buying my custom Kiba core blade.
Autofill
from
ammo. Might as well get my armor up. We're not going back through this door, right?
We don't need to.
Okay. Because I can seal it, and then it'll blow up.
If you seal it, anybody can get through it anyway.
Oh, really? Oh!
Yeah.
And it puts itself back up?
Yeah, you temporarily bypass it.
Temporarily bypass. Oh, that's great. Oh, that was not in the beta, I don't think.
I was wondering what that meant.
Yeah, because when I originally
there's a fan
before I joined
over
Discord, I came to the room from the wrong side and I was locked out.
Very cool.
Okay, so are we going through that way then? Looks like everyone's in there.
I was just testing it out.
Because there's a fan over here that could be really good if we have the multi-tool.
Yes,
There's a lot of good things to shoot over here for satellites.
Oh, that brought me this way. Whoops.
Pods closed. Back to the mission.
Barring the entrance.
Oh, the fan's on.
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
yeah, that's
I'm
on.
distracted. Someone else is sending me messages on Steam.
Leaping.
It's nice when you get one shot and like 2 kills.
Oh yeah.
That's how General Brash would save ammo.
Is there a way to ping the map?
There's a map?
Well, where we are.
Oh, left alt, I think, if you tap it, it pings.
Oh, sure enough. Okay.
I switched mine to notes button.
Cass, how you doing?
Hey.
25% eliminated. Good job, guys. 25% eliminated.
How you doing in there, Philbo?
I'm alive. Shuriken!
Time to reload.
Oh, wait, I can turn on my flashlight. That would help.
I forget about that every time.
I shot him in the butt and his head exploded off. Like, how did that round go through his body there?
Those are some armor-penetrating rounds, if you know what I mean.
Travel.
Do I not even need to aim down sights? Is this character just that accurate?
Oh, look at them go!
God. Okay.
I mean, she does have a robotic eye arm.
Okay, it's a little hard to not aim down sights and hit heads at a distance, but like, still the fact that I can do it decently often, like 3 out of 4 times.
Yeah, not bad. Love to see it.
Proximo.
Ooh, you're excited? What's going on? I'm very happy to hear that.
Nice, nice. Oh, hello.
Oh, I see.
Sick of them.
Yeah, that's fair. God, how are there still so many? Oh, right, it was like a grunt wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, there's like no specials.
I missed all of that.
I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Very in the moment of killing Floor.
Oh, it existed. Yeah, that's a very different,
Let's hunt.
that's a very different thing. Well, we're excited that you're existing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way to work it. Oh, this turret deactivated.
We got support. I'd stock up on grenades while you have a chance.
Okay, I'm gonna try the sniper rifle. This should be great. Oh, that is a scope. Okay. The penetrator. Whoa.
You said the penetrator, and your character said, "Just fill me up."
No!
Yeah, I'm definitely not hearing
Perfect
character
timing
dialogue. That must be some weird bug.
You are audible in-game artistic. I don't know if you know that.
Oh.
What?
Oh, I turned all that off, so...
Oh yeah, it's all by
Okay.
default. Yeah, I forgot about that.
What's that?
Oh yeah.
Voice chat.
Your voice comms in game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I turned all that off.
For streaming, completely makes
Yeah, for
sense.
streaming, yeah, it's because, like... Well, we're not gonna really play with randoms anyway, but I just... You know, rather just turn it all off anyway.
It's definitely more possible in this game than the previous game, though. In the last games, if you wanted to play with randoms, you had to actually join someone's server. It wasn't like, you know.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
also
just, like,
excited
random
to see what
matchmaking you can
happens
do.
when I finally get out of the damn
That's it. Odds now
this
closed.
damn place. If you're queer friendly, avoid Florida. Actually, avoid.
Oh, the U.S. Yeah. Exactly.
Understandable.
There.
Still got it.
I really hope you can find somewhere better soon. I know that
Oh, did you see
the
that
U.S.
bullet fly?
is not a friendly place at all.
Oh, I shot a bullet in the chest and it went backwards into the car.
And I know
over it.
Florida's definitely like one of the...
Yeah, Florida and Texas are pretty bad.
And well, considering recent news, just be careful when going down south of the border if you ever come to the U.S. We're avoiding the U.S.
Yeah,
We're not...
It's pretty much... It's not enforced, but Canadians as a whole are just avoiding the U.S. in general.
Yeah, like, I would love to see my friends, but, like, also, we're close enough to the border that we're, like, if you ever happen to be around, we could easily meet you.
It sounds
but we're
like
not
we've,
traveling down there.
It sounds like
we have
we've,
no plans for that.
Lowered the American tourism market by at least 35% already, so...
Halfway point, team. Making progress. 50% down.
How else are you gonna get your Olive Garden fixed, though?
It's true. That's the worst part. We have dollar store Olive Garden here at least, so...
Yeah.
It has unlimited breadsticks and soup and salad and all that stuff.
I'm on my way.
It's not as good, but, you know, we'll take it.
Enough, yeah. Close enough.
Set up. I'm not allowed back in Olive Garden anyway, so...
Oh yeah, no, we can't go with Mila and Splash anymore either.
Yeah. Yeah, Splash basically got banned. For having
He
too many
ordered
breadsticks.
so many breadsticks, they said we had to stop.
Yeah. Man, I love this gun. I'm, like, knocking enemies, like, 50 miles away.
Yeah, boom, bitches!
Extinguido.
You know what? This is a... Oh, that's not a door. It's a fake door. Real fake door. Olive Garden is mid. Go for the mom and pop place. Because, I mean, to be fair, mom and pop places in the States will vary 50 different times because of the different states.
Yeah. I mean, to us Canadians, we don't really find it mid.
That's true. It's such a big thing. It's actually funny. We got... It was a while ago. But we went to Florida a while back, and that was one of the first things. As soon as we landed, we went to Olive Garden, and like the Uber driver was basically like why does everyone, like all the tourists that come down here, immediately do Olive Garden? It's like because it's so good. We don't have that where we are.
Family.
Yeah.
30 seconds, the next wave.
Oh, I can seal that inner door with a bomb. Nope, that does not count as a door. Okay, outer door.
Locking the area.
It may have been a door at one point.
Oh. This door will
Can
also
you-
be a bomb.
Can you hit that, Tweak? There's some red bits up there. I don't know if you can shoot or not.
Oh, okay.
You might be able to get with
I
a
can try. Yeah.
sniper.
Way up top, eh? Okay.
Yeah, they're on top of the tower. You can hit a lot of the stuff like up here, but I've already shot those.
The trader's here for next
It
wave.
doesn't seem like it's doing anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've shot at those so many times, and I didn't know if I was missing. So that answered a very important question for me.
Well, because you can break the red lights in some of the other maps, so.
Well, yeah, the towers here, there was 4 on each of them you could shoot. So like it was a lot of scrap.
Okay. I was like, I'm gonna try one more, just in case. No, didn't work. Oh.
What are we feeling? Are we feeling we're gonna play a couple more rounds of this, or we're gonna stop after this match?
Yeah, I've been having a good run. Don't mind doing it a little later because it's the weekend either.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, I've been
I
feeling
got a
really
friend
good. I've been so in the groove.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely in the groove too. I got a friend bugging me on Steam. That's why I'm asking. That's all.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
They're also getting really excited about Killing Floor 3 too. And this is one of my friends from back like when Twitch.tv was still Justin.tv.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, I didn't even know it until it was Twitch. I didn't even know it.
Yeah.
I didn't know it changed names. Like
Yeah, I remember Justin.tv.
I stressfully like watched YouTube until I discovered Twitch.
I used to watch stupid videos.
StupidVideos.com?
And like
Yeah,
Newgrounds and stuff.
stupidvideos.com. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, stupidvideos.com.
That was a classic back then.
Gotta control the situation or it'll control
I think that's where I
you.
learned about the penguin knocking the other penguin into the
Yeah.
ice water.
Eelslap.com was good too.
You're the man now dog.com.
Yeah.
Classics. Yeah. So yeah, just one of my buddies from way back then, that heyday, just bugging me, just seeing what was up.
That's really cool.
Yeah, Killing Floor 3 is seem to be bringing out all the people out of the woodwork.
I love when games do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It's grabbing the nostalgic crowd and a bunch of new players, so it's a good.
It
in a
really
good
is. We're
spot.
seeing people we've
Yeah.
never seen play the original games getting on this.
Oh, hey, Arch.
which has
Really?
been
That's interesting.
really interesting.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
Arts joined. Hello.
Yay, hey,
Arch is here.
Arts!
Right
Yeah.
You might see the best way of me. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I do hear that locals. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yee.
Oh yeah, I heard about all that stuff too. Like the whole lawsuit that happened with the person that died at the park, but because they had bought a Disney Plus subscription, they weren't liable or something. It was insane.
I haven't wanted to
That's some
give
crazy
Disney
shit.
any
Yeah.
money lately anyway, because they keep proving more and more they are a soulless corporation
Yeah.
that does not care.
Like when we've gone there, we've gone to Universal. Instead.
We only went
Universal's better.
once to Disney. It was actually for our honeymoon. We went for Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah, we pretty much spent most of the time in Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that's a pretty good attraction from what I've seen.
It was really great. That's the only time we've been, and then Universal, which I'll probably choose to go there.
Yeah,
There wasn't as much at Disney that really appealed to me anyway,
It's
but
definitely
Universal
more
had
family, younger
a
groups.
lot more for me, and they also added DreamWorks.
Oh,
If they
I'm
ever-
sure. It's like choosing the lesser of the two there.
I know they're not innocent
that's really
at
true.
all,
I don't think any
but
company's
I
innocent,
would say
though,
that
to also be
Disney
fair.
is definitely the evil. I would say they're the evil. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta make peace with, you know, the fact
Like
that
nothing's, yeah, like you really all companies are shit.
Man, there is some weird back and forth. Like, have y'all heard about the crazy stuff with Microsoft? Like,
yeah.
I really thought you were about to say V Shoujo.
Oh, V Shoujo. I mean,
V Shoujo. Yeah, no,
if
like
people don't know about V
nothing's
Shoujo
good.
at this point, that's kind of crazy. I can't believe it's like broken the VTuber containment and is on like.
I mean,
live TV and
I've
shit.
never
Like,
cared to follow anything like with corporate VTubers. I've always been pretty indie. I didn't even know what VTubing was when I started streaming. I just was like, oh, cool, I want to make a cool avatar.
Yeah,
and
when we started VTubing,
I
we
only
actually
knew
had
one
no,
friend
like,
that VTubed. I didn't even know it was called VTubing.
Yeah.
And,
It's crazy.
yeah, like, I don't follow that stuff. I don't really watch bigger channels because I just find a lot of things get drowned out and it's not really as, like, connected. But it's crazy, like...
And we are, like, happy for, like, our one friend that got into...
Yeah, we have a couple friends that got into an agency, and it's just a smaller one, but I mean...
But with how much they had to give up to join an agency,
They had to give
it's
up
just
a
like,
lot
I don't know if I ever think about it,
Yeah, I won't, like, say who or anything, but they joined Mythos.
But basically they had to, leave their channel and their avatar and, like, everything behind.
Yeah. It's sad.
Start over.
For
So
me,
what
it's
happens
sad,
if a
but...
flesh pound explodes a door?
Good question. Why, is there a flesh pound on the door?
Yeah, right over here.
Agency's taking too much? Classic.
He lost an arm.
Maybe they're just
Actually,
trying
that's
to
a scrag,
steal
not
our
a flesh
shiny
pound.
coins
Oh,
for their
okay.
own secret treasure
Oh,
vault.
so let me guess,
Add
he
to
still has the
their
chainsaw arm.
pickle-free
Well, not now, but yeah. Maybe, was there a flesh pound and he just went away? I don't know.
They tend to take too much. I mean, yeah, they also get a cut of everything, and then apparently they don't pay you for a year.
Yeah, personally, never has been a goal as for VTubing for me. I want to remain indie and just create what I enjoy.
It just wasn't even on our radar ever. Like, people talked about VTubing agencies with us, and we're like, we don't even really know what that's about, so...
We find that a lot of people we've met in the scene, that is their goal.
Yeah.
And that's fine, but it's really not, like, something I ever desire.
Like that.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't want to be owned by a higher force.
I do feel like, because of the stuff with VShojo, though, there might be a bit of
There's
an
gonna
indie
definitely
boom.
be such a shift. I've been seeing so many people who have, like, dreamed of joining, like...
Oh, there's a
just
lot of flesh pounds
completely,
here.
like, oh my god, I have two on me. I have two on me. Oh boy. Yeah, a lot of people are just like, yeah, I'm not sure about corporates anymore.
Sniper bullets, right.
But yeah, no, corporates are not your friends at all.
No estás preparado para
Murderize this
Agency's stealing my shiny coins.
Flesh pound.
How rude. Honestly, they need to get a hobby instead of
think my
raiding my
Yondu
treasure
bolt went
stash.
over there.
Like maybe crafting a lovely pickle sculpture.
I think that
But we all
helped
know those
immensely.
don't exist.
Mary Poppins.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know where my Yondu bolt went, but went somewhere.
Where did my Yondu go?
Where's my Yondu?
Where's your Mary Poppins?
It's crazy how often I use the word y'all.
One click and done.
Been hanging around our southern friends too much.
It
Blame
just,
Mila.
it just shows your... And Mila's not Southern, but...
Oh, I don't freaking know.
So...
She was to me.
Well, sorry.
That's fair.
Where she's from is basically the southernest part of where it is, if that makes sense.
Getting to her is in the middle
They
of
all sound like kicks there. I'll just
bumfuck
be honest.
nowhere. Literally nowhere.
Like, and we've been to Georgia and stuff, so like we know that southern accent, and that's what it sounds like up there as well. It's crazy.
It's because you want to be inclusive, and y'all means all.
Yeah. What about Ewans?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Okay, that's something what she brings up a lot.
Oh, I
and
thought
it
they
always
said
starts
it was,
an argument.
I thought they said it was y'all plus 3. Oh god, who is the
I ain't got that many
comedian
toes to
that
count
did
on.
that one? Big corporations don't care anything about money, sort of. They just want to be with no obligations. I mean,
they don't care about anything. Oh my god, someone else! Finally!
It's not the crawler! Oh my god!
It's not the queen crawler.
He's only
There
weak
can be 3 of
to
these.
acid and electricity. So, this should be interesting.
Oh, heck.
3? What? Oh, a red one.
We have 3! Holy shit!
Yeah, we got a full lobby. You'll get 3 almost
No,
every time.
corporates don't give a fuck.
Oh god, the recoil on this thing's insane.
Oh, and I started blasting!
Oh, I don't want to be in that gate. Oh god.
Holy fuck, I've never fought this many!
Just fighting retreat, I found is the best idea. Just go back, pull back, pull back.
If you can break their arms, it does do a lot. This red one's getting shredded.
Thanks to me.
Oh, little lag there for that. Oh god, they jumped over.
I just activated these turrets.
Oh god, that was a fog wall.
I don't know where I am.
Oh god, they're all red now because of the blood.
Oh my gosh. Please.
These guys are a little tricky to deal with as the sharpshooter.
Oh no, artistic. No, 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 no. Shit. I don't know if I'm gonna get you.
I'm up.
Okay.
This feels counterintuitive, using my tiny sword against their giant.
Oh god.
And I can't tell which one's which. I'd love to kill the one.
The red one's up here with me, and so it's almost dead.
Yeah.
Got it. I'm gonna come try to heal now.
Oh, that one's dead. Cool.
I'm glad I have the explosive pistol. It makes it so I can kind of run and spray fire. Oh, hey, buddy. I'm not here. Uh-oh. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posy.
There's more syringes up on the bridge.
Okay. Alright.
There's like 4 bags up there.
Ow.
Fuck.
I'm gonna try and get up there. Okay, Alta's out again.
Well, down to 1.
Yep.
I'm out of ammo for healing darts.
That's okay. I've been keeping up syringes.
Yeah.
Process of attrition. I think you got this.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you get 1 down, that's.
Woo! Nice.
Ah, beautiful.
There's a lot of damage coming out when there's 3 of them.
And a lot of smoke, apparently.
Yeah.
So much smoke.
Man. So they, speaking of the bosses in this game, they have the, so they mentioned that the Patriarch's probably coming back in some form.
Nice.
Oh, I would not doubt it.
But they did also say that Hans is probably gone for good because at the end of Killing Floor 2, we actually killed him, like as part of the storyline. So.
Oh, good.
He had his run.
Oh, that's my most kills ever.
Oh, I need to level up. Party to Stronghold.
Yeah. Cool, I got my engineer daily.
Yeah.
I gotta play some Commando too.
That was fun. Having like an actual customized weapon for sharpshooter made that way better.
Yeah, I'm trying to customize like each of my favorite weapons.
They didn't mention Matriarch, King Flashpound, any of those. But like Hans and Patriarch were the ones they were like really talking about. And it's like, yeah, Patriarch's probably coming back, probably upgraded again, and then Hans is gone. So they're like, maybe they can do a clone thing or something, but like Hans himself is gone.
I expect Patriarch to come back, but Hans, nah.
Oh, server connection lost. Oh.
Oh no.
Damn.
Well, let me know if everyone else is in a lobby and I'll just join. Otherwise, I'll start.
Alright, I got... Wait, did I get all my daily orders done? I did.
Is everyone in their own lobby? Or...
No, you're the only one that left.
Okay. Okay, so I'll rejoin.
Yeah, I think Artistic is the
leader, though.
Cool.
I'm gonna customize some stuff. I'm gonna switch to Commando.
How's it going? It's going good. We're killing floors.
It's been very fun.
And we're flooring some kills as well.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I can just join anyone. Did it do anything?
Did it?
I don't know. Oh, there it goes. I was like, it didn't take me anywhere.
Oh.
It was just delayed, I guess.
So who did we join? Or are you mine? Okay.
No, yeah, you're all in a group. I was the only one that got kicked.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna switch
this?
to Commando.
Freeze enemies longer. That sounds good. Sting like a bee, sting like a bee. That's it. Just sting like a bee.
When I'm able to try this game, I might try Ninja. Yeah, no, Ninja's really fun.
Who's playing what right now?
I switched to Commando.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
So I gotta get some. I have a thing for leveling.
Well, then I'll stick to sharpshooter because then we got all the different classes.
That gun, so I'm gonna create a loadout for that.
I'm gonna see if there's anything for the rail gun because I haven't really tested that out. Oh, Arcs is gone. No. What if they had to head off?
Quick
Bye,
dinner
Arcs. Time. Oh, quick dinner.
Oh, dinner. Okay, sounds good. The Samaritan. I don't know. That sounds weird. Polysynthetic rounds, reactive alloy rounds. What the heck? Rounds made of synthetic polymer that increase stability and reload speed, and also cause biological damage. Okay. What the heck? Or electric rounds. Inflict electric damage. Certain bosses were weak to electric. Oh, but it removes the freeze affliction. Oh, wait, does this gun already have a freeze affliction? Oh, interesting. So I can add biological, add force, or replace with electrical. Interesting. I'm gonna take reactive for the knockdown. That sounds useful. Sorry, the crafting in this game's kind of entertaining on its own. There's so much cool stuff to do.
Yeah, you can kind of get lost in it.
Yeah. Definitely gotta get an extended mag. And carbon fiber receiver. Damage, fire rate. Oh, that's much better damage. Tungsten receiver. Let's do that one. I don't even care if the fire rate goes down for that much more damage. Keep it the chromatic blue with the smiley face and the dosh symbol. Gosh, what do I gotta call this? Something to do with the railgun. Railroaded. Yeah. It's a purple. Nice. I got me a perp. Okay, I'm gonna also upgrade you because I want better extended mag. That's a much better magazine. And I also want to increase my hollow point rounds, because those things are really good. Yay, now the hollow point rounds also cause panic if the thing survives. That could be useful.
Nice.
Apparently adding stuff to your weapon increases the price, but upgrading the pieces of the weapon doesn't increase the price.
Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, like, it's better to have fewer pieces that are fully upgraded if you want a cheaper gun. Oh, I'm not the party leader.
Oh.
Can you pass that over, Artistic?
What was artistic?
Oh, artistic is party leader. It would be in your, floopy dupes. If you hit if you hit escape and click on the social, like, party icon, you should be able to pick who you want to be the leader. Oh, there's a lot of these.
I'm confused about the duplicates, but
I don't see anything in here about that.
oh, it's level 1 and 2 versions. There's extra glowy. Okay.
Yeah, there's just higher tier versions for those.
I mean, you could also come over and just pick the mission too if you want. It's not a big deal. I don't care what mission we do.
Alright, hold on.
High fantasy Call of Duty with magic. That could be cool. It's basically just like gun mages.
Gun mages. Wait a second. Isn't that Bunkers and Badasses?
Oh. Yeah, you're right.
Because it's D&D, but also Borderlands with a bazillion
Tiny
guns.
Tina's Wonderlands is such a good game.
I do have a game called Wizard with a Gun.
There's also that.
Oh, yeah, Wizard
I
with a
haven't
Gun,
played
that's
it, but it sounds good.
It's not very Call of Duty-ish, though.
They have Wizard with a Gun. What about Gun with a Wizard? Like a sentient gun that has a wizard.
Travel safe, team.
So you take the animate object as in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but you're an animate gun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, matchmaking's on. Oh.
Barbarian needs a Gatling
we're
gun.
gonna be with a
hell
random.
yeah. Oh, are we? Oh, okay.
It's possible.
Yeah.
They put us in quickly, at least.
Yeah. What do I want my explosive gun. Yeah, explosive pistol. Oh, it's convoy again. Okay, sure, whatever. It wasn't any, so we just RNG'd convoy. I'm excited for new maps though, because like I thought it was all gonna be in America, but as soon as they showed sewers was like in Japan, I'm like, ooh, other places around the world.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen much of Europe in this.
Yeah, because we went from London to France to the United States, kind of.
I wonder if there's much left of Europe.
Oh, that's
right.
true.
If it started there.
It started there.
Maybe that'll be
and
like
that'll be the only
endgame.
safe place left.
Yeah. The Zeds all freeze their asses off trying to get up here.
I mean, look at him running around naked. No wonder.
Oh my gosh, I
That's
was
what goes on,
playing
boy.
Monster Hunter and I put Alma in the bikini, and then I went to the Ice Shard Cliffs. I'm like, wait a second, this would be awful.
I'm sorry, you can put Alma in a bikini?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and Gamma
the
in a
new
bikini,
summer.
and like, yeah, Eric and
The summer
and
event
boxers,
is
basically.
really good. You can get
saw
bikini
that
armor.
and assumed it was a mod.
Nope, that's it's in the game. You can unlock it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta get back on that. I gotta hunt that arc-tempered Ufduna.
Everyone's gotta watch my terrible sharpshooter gameplay.
Ufduna is such a terrible name. Any name that starts with oof.
I mean,
My thick goddess.
I mean, when it does a belly flop, you know it's an oof. Apparently, it has almost Jin Dahad levels of health because like the arc tempered version is just that tanky.
Because they don't want you having fun with it.
Yeah. They're like the only way to beat it in a reasonable amount of time is to have the like water buff armor for whenever you get wet. But the new armor does look cool.
Tengo que recargar.
Oh, is everyone already heading to the next trader?
It's possible. Yeah.
I think we're just over here.
Oh, okay.
And then there's a bloat right here. Got it.
Wave complete. $700.
Any hollow thing?
I'm just gonna fill my stuff and upgrade my armor once. Oh yeah. Barbarian needs a Gatling gun. Yeah, that's fair.
Cuidado. Hay depredadores aquí.
I'm gonna bomb the store up here as well.
Ready for a bunch of materials.
Okay, Lucy.
Oh, wow, this area does have a lot of materials.
Ni un ruido.
Okay, I don't know if this happens for you guys, but sometimes the foliage, the grass, will just explode.
Setting up the lock.
Oh, interesting. I have not had that happen for me.
It happens sometimes in the Feywild.
Oh.
In the Feywild? I understand.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay.
Don't try smoking it.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on a talking hedgehog from the Feywilds?
As long as it doesn't go fast, you're fine.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, don't trust anything from the Feywild, but
no, that's fair. Well,
as long as it doesn't go fast.
That is now closed.
Who doesn't like chili dogs, though?
That's true. They're really good.
If they don't like chili dogs, then you should be suspicious.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, every hedgehog loves chili dogs. Like, come on.
It's so funny because I only learned about chili dogs from watching Sonic the Hedgehog. And
That is funny.
And I'm like, ooh, this is really good.
Yeah, we made sometime. It was really good. Leftover chili.
I was a Sonic addict when I was younger. I've followed the Archie comics and everything. It was crazy.
Do you have coleslaw?
No, but we do make a lot of cabbage, so we could probably make some.
Okay. I was say, chili dogs with coleslaw is the thing here.
Ooh.
I personally think it's far too messy, but...
Oh, I mean, chili dogs are already messy anyway. We actually have a thing here where we're like, the messier a burger is, the better it tastes.
Yeah. A lot's the same with a lot of things, in my opinion.
Just means you've loaded it with so much good stuff that it's falling apart on.
I had a burger on a bagel today.
Ooh.
Burger on a bagel.
One of the burger places near us does the burger on 2 pieces of, like, Texas garlic toast.
Oh, it's like my favorite.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Some Texas toast burger.
Yeah. And there's one that has, like, egg and, like, a fried egg and avocado on it, too. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
Avocado burger, that sounds pretty delicious.
I've eaten like 4 times today.
Nothing wrong with eating.
Coleslaw is grosser, so I believe. What?
Hey, I feel the same. I just can't.
So my grandpappy was German, so I grew up with like sauerkraut and coleslaw and stuff. So like I will just eat coleslaw on or not coleslaw, sauerkraut like on its own.
Ah, it's a tuna.
Hey tuna, how's it going?
How's it going?
We're still playing for a bit if you want to hop in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was frightfully exciting, wasn't it?
I'm gonna start prepping some syringes in case we get 3 impalers again locked into combat.
3
Some good
impaling.
floor
We
killing.
don't need all those syringes.
Just finished
Three
13
impalers.
hours. Yeah, I'm sure it's
Oh
fine.
man. If you need to relax though, please also do that.
Nope,
Because
forbidden.
we can always play on the weekends.
Nope, forbidden. Killing floor time. Relaxation can wait. Does anyone have...
Goblin doesn't believe in
Does anyone
self-care,
have
only killing
500
floors.
dosh extra? Oh, that's quite a bit, but...
Yeah, I can give you a small loan.
For your
I'm saving for my
firstborn.
bigger weapon.
Oh god.
There you go. That's 575.
Oh damn, I'm actually still $50 off.
Oh yeah. Here. How do I dosh
gave you a
you
donation
again?
too.
Shit.
So I owe Chavada
Shit.
$5.55.
There you go. You're good. You got it now.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't figure out how to dosh you.
Nope, that's good. I'm only indebted to one person now.
If you're in the menu, you can just click and control exactly how much you give somebody in the shop menu.
Yeah, like
it's a lot
in the
easier.
actual-
You can even see how much money they have. So if you're like on the last wave and you have a lot of money, you can just give it to whoever has the least.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm gonna
Fried egg,
climb onto this thing.
avocado, bacon, burger, cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, pretzel bun. Oh, pretzel bun. I love a good pretzel bun. With a side of fried onions and fries, yo.
Wait,
I want
is this
that.
turret activatable? Oh, it's on cooldown.
Just give you all the money to it? All of it?
Does anybody have a toolkit?
Or just give me
There's-
the money.
There's turrets, 2 turrets over here. That'll be very useful later.
I don't actually know if anyone does. I can switch for it because the boom doors are useless now. I've already boomed all the doors. So. I've officially boomed all doors.
Killing the floors, booming the doors.
They also put like a big slab of like back bacon
Oh yeah.
on the burger too.
Well, it's just Canadian.
The
bacon.
breakfast one. That ain't normal stuff we could just get in stores though. It's huge.
Yes.
Is there front bacon?
I don't.
That's called something else. I don't.
It legitimately, it might be.
Fire is not at all.
It's just back bacon implies the
God,
existence
why
of
am I
front
so
bacon.
bad at aiming? And I'm a
Girlfriend
sharpshooter.
implies the existence of a girl foe. You know how it
You know
is.
what? You know what? Fuck it. I'm firing the homing dart.
Broa.
I give up.
I got your front bacon right here.
Wow.
That's a lot of bacon. Considering you're a Keiju.
Don't make me do the Bobby Hill move.
That's right.
I'll do it.
Okay. Sorry.
How can I miss like
Something real quick.
16 times on one enemy and the other one I can shoot flying midair?
Welcome back, Arcs.
No.
Yeah, please take care of yourself. Get some food and things.
Whoa,
And yeah.
whoa, yeah, whoa. Okay, sorry.
Wow.
There was a Sonic.
Okay, Sonic.
Yeah. Way past cool.
I've been poking Tweak that he needs to do one of the Sonic crowd controls because the fact that he has it is surprising to me.
Well, yeah, I tried the one,
He
but it
loves
wasn't working
Sonic.
at the time. So.
Like, you have no idea, and he has not done this.
I mean, it's gonna be the one with the Chavez garden, right?
Yeah. If I shoot anything close range with this gun, it goes flying. There's too much power behind it.
Yep.
2 husks. 1 husk. No husk more.
Okay.
What us?
I hate the husk.
Girlfo sounds kind of attractive, not gonna lie. Yeah. Right? They're just antagonistically attractive to you.
Turrets up.
Is that what Yondir is?
Yeah. And antagonistically attractive. A girl
It's attractively antagonistic a thing?
Can they go yandere? Because that's kind of attractively antagonistic. Oh, sorry. Let me give you your dosh back.
Oh.
550.
That's good. I
Or
can actually buy
Sundere.
ammo then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fits.
And then a little interest.
I'm just gonna spend it on syringes. So
Yeah.
you give me money and I spend it on drugs.
I'm paying for healthcare. Got it.
Oh yeah, healthcare. Yeah. That's it.
I didn't realize I was investing in healthcare.
That was an appropriate voice line to go with that.
Oh, there's an armor locker up here. Let me open this up in case people need it.
We have access to armor.
Yeah.
Is this... Oh, they come from this bridge, don't they? I was like,
they can.
Is this a pretty good spot? But
if nobody's up here, I haven't seen them come from it.
Oh. Oh, okay. Buy half of that, dude.
Pretty effective gun.
Yeah. I got startled by a Gorefast, so I just panic fired, and his lower half stayed in place while his upper half went over the mountain.
I love that.
My Gorefast flies over the mountain. My Gorefast flies over the sea.
Oh, I saw a husk. Yep. You get down from there.
Scrag.
Yeah, there's Strike.
Oh, Scrag? Perfect.
Oh, my Turi got it.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Something got it.
I think died like an ass.
I didn't even get to use my anti-Scrake ammo on it.
I was kind of like the only one here. Oh man, that drone really,
The drone is really good.
Yeah.
But the drone's just anti-everything. And then it can make you immortal at higher levels, which is...
Whoa.
Yeah, it makes it so you can't go below 1 health while you're, like, in the drone area.
Yeah, healing drone's awesome.
Scrag.
One headshot.
Oh.
2.
I think he's dead.
Oh, okay.
I think he was dead after the first one.
Oh, the first one already took it. It was just so slow-mo.
Good shoot. Good shooty.
Oh, I hear another one coming.
There's Crick.
Oh, yeah, he's up there.
Up there.
Executing.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. One shot to the back and then whatever damage you did to it.
Yep. You're just melting them. I do need to heal.
Someone have an extinguisher?
No, we do not. Oh, hold on. I'll take care of the husk on the roof. Oh, God. If I can get these other guys off me.
Watch out.
Yep.
Exploded.
Husk coming down.
Extinguisher.
Big nasty.
Ah. Oh, we gotta go a ways. Okay. Time for a walk.
Yeah, get the cardio in.
Pull out your knife to run faster.
Oh, it does. Oh my God, they brought that back.
Oh, I totally forgot about that. I forgot about knives.
Well, the nice thing was in Killing Floor 1, and then was kind of weight-based in Killing Floor 2, but the fact that they brought it back is really cool.
Yeah.
Listen, I always did it regardless of if it was no longer a thing or not.
Oh, I'm $400 off the railgun. I'll save it. I'll get it for Boss Wave.
I have $0, so.
I spent most of my dash, so.
Yep. I mean, this gun's pretty awesome already, so I think I'm in a good spot.
Yeah, one-shotting Scrags.
Yeah, but it won't do anything to flesh bounds because they're resistant to both damage types on the gun. So.
I mean, I got them fleshies.
Yeah.
I got them fleshies. I have seen a flesh pound wave, like as a modifier.
Yes, we died on one.
You did? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it was brutal. I was not prepared.
Our first Scrake wave killed us, and our first Flesh Pound wave killed us, like special wave.
What was the Flesh Pound one called?
Get Pounded.
Get Pounded,
it was,
okay.
Yes, it was called Get Pounded.
I was thinking like Welcome to Pound Town.
That would be good too.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta pound your meat.
Very true.
And sometimes you just have to scrape by.
And sometimes just the grind of the day makes you a husk of your former self.
Oh. And sometimes you go home to the lady and you just gotta impale her.
Oh my god.
Okay. I was taking these sitting down before, but now I'm still sitting down, but I'm tolerating these less.
Yeah. I have no idea how to work Chimera or Crawler Queen into any sort of fun for that.
When the hell am I gonna see the Chimera again? I got a weekly I gotta take care of.
Yeah,
I've not seen them yet in live.
We've had them once.
Oh. No, somebody's critical. I'm running. Oh, I just...
Wait, how... Whoa, that siren survived a shot? There we go. Jeez.
Yeah, she's dead now.
Oh shit, that burned all my health. That Scrag did.
I just haven't seen...
Right, you're up, run.
God. It does suck that it's resistant.
Didn't healing feel artistic.
Fuck it. Go Yondu Bolt.
It did.
Executing.
Yay, Yondu Bolt for the win.
Is there another one? Okay, alright.
Alright, retreating out of there, artistic. Okay.
Oh, I was going over to help, but I feel like it was a bad idea. Oh, there's a Scrake in here. Okay.
Flesh bone's down.
So my favorite upgrade has to be getting armor back anytime I heal myself.
Uh-oh. Wait, did I kill him?
Found.
Oh my god, I killed the Scrake in 4 shots to the head. Nice. From full health.
You let me see that.
So I guess, well, he has armor on his head, he can deflect some of the shot. I was gonna beat you with my gun. Yeah, that's right. I don't want to waste bullets on a clot. just slap it over and over.
That's the end of the wave.
All right, boss time.
Hell yeah!
Just to try it out, I'm gonna switch to my $7,000 railgun.
Place your bets.
Damn.
Is it gonna be Queen?
It's gonna be Chimera. I'm calling it.
I'm gonna switch to ammo bag. Just to, because I might need it with the railgun. We'll see. We're gonna get railroaded.
Oh dear.
There, I dropped an ammo bag on the bridge.
Oh, we've got syringes.
I'm gonna say Chimera. I'm gonna gamble with the one that never shows up and say it's gonna be a Chimera.
Personally, I think it's gonna be the Crawler Queen.
I'm voting Queen.
Fair. Anyone going Impaler? Or no Impalers this time? Good was good.
Real quick. Prediction or projection.
Do it. Oh, like do it. I don't think I can do it in 10 seconds with delay.
Not prediction built enough for that.
Come on, Chimera. Come on, Chimera. Come on. I got my house on Chimera.
That's all, folks.
Oh, and it was Impaler.
And no one guessed Impaler.
Everyone lost their money.
Oh, house wins.
Alright, well.
Nobody wanted Impalers.
Yeah. Here they come.
And 3 of them.
It's funny, because in the Codex, Impaler is the same tier as Flesh Pound. That was real unfortunate that they all showed up right on top where I was standing.
Yeah. This is
think, unfortunately, they're slightly resistant to the cold damage.
Do you think they're also slightly resistant to my kunai?
Oh, smoky. Oh!
Oh. I think Ark's pulled aggro. Coming back. Oh, I used gas, okay.
We got support.
Oh gosh.
Green Impeller is half. Want to be in that corner.
Yeah, it's that corner.
Alien bubble up. You do want to be in that corner. Oh, well, there's a lot of impalers here, too. Maybe, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Another one's dead.
Very good.
I mean, first one.
Oh.
Oh god. I'm surprised. The green one was way lower than the other ones, and it's still alive. Ow.
That's good.
Rip and tear.
One ammo bag restored all my healing darts. That's great.
Yeah, the ammo bags are great on medic. I've actually been taking them a couple times instead of the syringe bags.
I didn't realize how strong they were going to be.
Especially if you're going like healing grenades, they give you a couple back.
Yeah, it gave me 6 back.
Ah.
Missiles incoming.
So I can't see it, but I can see my dart going through it over and over again. So.
I can see it, and it ain't happy.
Boom!
Ah, beautiful. Excellent. Seems like you have a team of 6. Yeah, we hit a team of 6.
Nah, it's okay. I think I'm gonna step out after this since I need to take a break anyway. My hands are
okay.
Alrighty.
Okay, so if you do want to hop in, Tuna. Yeah. We're just in chat in our Discord too, if you want to join chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might hang in there for a minute or two before I pop out, but
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this has been super fun playing Killing Floor with you guys.
Yeah. And we're probably gonna play some more on the weekend, of course, too. So like.
Oh, only the host can take the whole team back to the stronghold as well.
No.
Where can we go now? We haven't done the streets. Streets is a good one.
Yeah, let me exit the title. All right, Tuna, you are welcome to join. That's open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. I feel like with our time we can get 1 or 2 more rounds in. Depending on how they go.
Well, I think I might probably head out too. I need to get the cat food and stuff ready.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay.
Actually, I should feed our cat too while we're in the lobby. Lucy's probably hungry.
Oh yeah.
Suit is party leader. Perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, now when I heal somebody, it heals me.
I will be playing more this weekend, so.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're busy, but I think like Sunday definitely.
At level 6.
I'll try and get some game time in tomorrow.
I might be down for Sunday if you would like to have me there. But
yeah.
depends.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Good night, Artistic.
Have a good evening.
Good night. Oh yeah, for sure. I will poke you.
I'm gonna leave
or
you here
whoever else
with
wants to play
Soot for a second while I go feed Lucy.
Yeah.
Right.
Kimpton
Yes.
desires foods.
Of course.
The event channel is locked. Oh shoot. Okay, I'll have to get Tweak to fix that.
Okay.
It's just for safety reasons, since like when we used to have it open, we've had some unfortunate times with people. We probably just don't have the appropriate role. So we used to have it that anybody could just hop in, but yeah.
Oh, do we have to add the roll?
You have to drag Tuna in.
Yeah, you had to do the same thing with me not too long ago as well. Just because it's for any
So yeah, we
people
actually
joining
had
in,
like
I can be
the worst possible things happen where we had to like shut down stream because of random people.
But I thought
Oh, it's
Mythical
awful.
Menagerie members had it. Let me see. Maybe I...
It got locked out because I bullied Tweak in suits.
Well, there we go. I gave you the rule so you can hop it. Hey, there you go.
Whee!
Oh, and everything's gonna encode lag for a second here. Here we go.
I smell fishy in here.
What?
Hey!
Where?
Ah!
Where? Where's the fish?
They ate it.
Oh,
I'm
there.
hungry. I'm sorry. It was really good.
Okay, fine. Since it was really good.
I don't know what class to play now that we got like more stuff open. What class do you play, Tuna, or have you played any yet?
I just yesterday I did 2 map, and I tried the ninja and I tried the firebug.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, firebug.
And funny
So
thing, both of them the boss I fought was a chimera.
Oh my god!
That's funny.
I've only seen it once.
We saw it. We saw it never during the beta and once during live.
How many people?
Guess who we've been getting the most though?
Ian Paler.
No.
6 people can be in a party.
Well, you know, how many people were in Tuna's party when they saw the Chimera?
Oh.
We were 2, me and one of my friends.
I think it might be lower on that end or something then.
Oh.
No, I'm just very lucky.
Because we were playing with 2 for all our games, and it wasn't.
When you
showing
saw
up
the
again.
Chimera.
That's true. When we did see the Chimera, that's true.
I don't know.
But maybe because the Chimera is by himself, he has 2 face, and the Impaler is like 1 per 2 player.
But the Crawler's a 2-phase single boss as well.
I never saw the Crawler.
Oh, really?
Oh, we've been getting
That's what we
her
get
almost
all
every
the time. Yeah.
almost every match. We've been getting her.
Yeah, like I was saying, I only saw the Chimera since I only played on the Chimera twice.
That's fair.
At this point, I've seen all 3. I played enough.
Yeah,
They're
I
all
think
pretty interesting in their own way.
out of 10
I've seen
matches, I
all
would say we
3,
get the
but-
Crawler 7 times out of 10, the Impaler 2 times out of 10, and the Chimera 1 time out of 10.
Yeah, those are some pretty low odds.
Yeah. I just don't know why we get the Queen so often. It's crazy.
She really likes us.
I guess.
Game respects game.
I like a level 4, level 5, and we have a level 14.
Yeah. It's great. The level
We've also been
down
switching.
like crazy.
We've been switching around We've been switching perks a lot too, though.
Oh wait, I'm already in the party. What?
Yeah,
Damn.
you're here.
Am I quick? I'm so fast.
I might do some Firebug then. Did I make any Firebug weapons? I must have.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
So at some point, I also have to pick up and get some more experience in Sharpshooter as well as Medic.
Yeah, Sharpshooter, like, on its own, was a pain in the butt. But, like, with a group, it was
not
great.
my... She's... Yeah, I just never... I can never play sharpshooter. It's not my style.
Yeah, because you gotta like hunker down and crouch, right? In order to,
I
like,
don't
get
like
more accuracy.
staying in like one place.
So I instead of crouch, I took aim down sights. So it's just you move full speed aiming down sights instead.
Oh, ADS, you can do that? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, and I thought I saw like a upgrade too, where you can move at regular speed while you're ADS.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. Maybe pick that up.
Okay.
Yeah, I do feel like movement is critical. You got to stay moving. You stop stop moving, you start dying.
For sure, for sure.
Yep.
Let's just get one thing really quick.
Save as hot stuff.
It's always funny because in the first killing floor, I always prioritized headshots because if you stood still and you just popped enough heads that you didn't need to move, you wouldn't die. But yeah, it's gotten a lot harder since then.
No, yeah, that's fair. Cool. Okay. I've got a thing for Firebug. Now we can do the thing.
Do the thing.
Suit is in charge, so just make sure you turn
wait,
off.
am I?
Yeah, just make sure you turn off matchmaking or uncheck it.
How do I... Where does it... Oh, matchmaking off.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Wait, it's on.
Yeah,
Wait.
you have to uncheck it. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it was already off.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, I have to go to the R&D lab.
I mean, we can do that if you want. I have a quest there too.
Yeah.
Okay. I could hop back in, I guess, since I just took my break and I'm feeling a bit better.
Just a reminder that
You
smoking
got one
is
more open
prohibited
slot.
on the veto.
Oh, yeah, there's a slot
Oh,
open.
we do? Oh, crap. That's...
Is there a way to
Cancel?
cancel it?
There we go.
Okay.
I canceled it.
Oh,
Sorry.
It wouldn't have started
That's-
until everyone was on the
Oh.
VTOL anyway, or
Oh, okay.
well, half the party was on the VTOL.
You know what? I feel like trying the sniper, marksman. I need to try it at least once.
Yeah. It's man, it's good. I just like I felt like it was hard to use until I had some form of upgraded or custom weapon, and then it was really good.
Are we good?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you can start.
Make sure you set the place and you're good.
Okay.
I think it goes back to any for some reason when you cancel.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Don't need money? Dosh, please.
Dosh, oh please.
Gosh, now.
I just love that you see everyone going to the plane with guns and everything, and there's
so cool.
one dude with a katana.
Yeah.
Just one.
It's me.
He can throw that katana.
There's just doing an all katana match.
I do
Mr.
like
John
that
Katana.
the Sai are a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. Like you can press middle mouse to switch between modes, which is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty awesome.
Are Sai historically a ranged weapon?
I don't
No idea.
know. I don't think so, but
I would have thought so.
I mean, Raphael's never used them as ranged weapons.
Well, Raphael's are blunt.
Size a punching weapon.
Well, it's a locking weapon as well.
I'm gonna. Is the pulse trap any good? What does it even do? I'll just not device to axe for distracting lure. And no, I'm just gonna take shock trap. It's better. If I'm gonna stun them, I might as well stun them in place instead of confuse them.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It does make them attack each other too.
Oh.
But it's not for very long.
Now,
Oh, have you used the confused thing from the medic?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Here they come.
I've been using
I'm
the
not either,
acid.
so I was just wondering if you knew anything about it.
Yeah,
Because it means you have to trade healing for that, so...
Okay, so I gotta get to the other side, locate the operating theater.
Yes, okay, yeah, I think we're on the same thing. We are.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like this isn't the right way. Where the heck is the operating theater? Is there like a lower door in this area, maybe?
There, put her down. Good work, team.
There is a door down here.
Yeah, I know, Skittle.
I'm above.
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, there's way down here.
Wait, there's stairs.
Okay, I just jumped down in the main room. That was easier.
Wait, that's Ciabatta. Where are you?
I'm in the operating theater.
I think it might be this way.
If you're in that big room with the cables and stuff, then you can just hop down. Oh yeah, so you came from the other side. Perfect.
Yep. Okay, this way.
Yeah, I'm analyzing the tissue sample.
Watch out.
Hey, there we go.
I don't know if you also have to analyze the tissue sample.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Oh, okay.
I thought you did that.
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno, burn, baby, burn. The Z that is hot.
Okay, they're getting pretty crispy, all right.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It is pretty disgusting. There is a turret here. Forever has a multi-tool.
Yeah, I forgot to take one.
They smell
but I mean, that's just for a weekly thing.
Well, we had a
I could like always
we had an
just do
engineer.
that stuff
I
after.
think it's Arcs, right? No, Arc. Yeah, Arcs is the engineer.
Yeah, so they might as well do it. Yeah, there's a daily one, and then there was like another one, but I'm like, I'll just play engineer solo or something. Then it gives me an excuse to get engineer up.
Ew, we gotta be in this area. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, well, I can think of worse places to be.
3,000. Okay, so I need to save up for a little while. That's fine.
Ooh, I've got it.
Gonna be 70 years of saving up. Boop, boop,
Only 70?
Yeah, only 70.
Wow.
For 79 easy installments of $79.99 plus shipping, handling, duties, and tax and environmental fees. You too could save up.
Very cool.
Now, if you just invest in this game, and it's gone. What?
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Classic South Park.
I'm trying to show my son the importance of investing. Yeah, and you did it. It's gone.
New season, by the way, and it's fire.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet it's
spicy.
If you've heard, Trump is so pissed.
Yeah, let's say the president is suing South Park. So.
I saw a meme is Satan was suing
They went
South Park
so far.
for,
They went like
besmirching him by putting him in bed with Trump.
Yeah, Satan feels
applause.
abused.
Seriously, applause. The thing that's crazy though.
We gotta go to the incubation chamber. By the way.
They secured their
5-year deal.
Their 5-year deal with Paramount. I think it's Paramount. Yeah.
I think that's right.
Like all in advance, and they made sure that nothing could happen to them before they pulled this. It's amazing.
So
It is. It really, really is.
I don't know if you found your way there yet, Suit, but we gotta go to the incubation chamber.
So yeah, like their contract is
Are you gonna let Jeff out?
it's done. They're safe.
Yeah. Nope, they did what they needed to.
They were so smart about it, but I mean, I'm not surprised. They've
been doing it for so long.
They do not give a shit when it comes to roasting. Like
Anyone.
that's what they do. They roast celebrities and big people, and they're like, I'm just like, oh fuck yeah.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna do satire, you gotta do smart satire. You gotta be strategic.
Oh yeah, they've been doing this for so long. They've even gone after Disney.
Are you in the chamber, Soot?
Oh shit.
I believe we're here.
Okay. Because the console's up here.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, the friendly ping.
I see it. Okay.
Go down. Damn. I just had to like.
But no,
punch
yeah, amazing. I
the-
can't wait to watch that episode.
There you go. I am releasing
Also,
the Proto's head.
like first full season in like 2 years.
See if you can find anything else.
Yeah, you complete the match. Got it. I am done.
Did you see what it did to the Proto's head?
No, I did not.
It tells you, but your voice lines. You
Yeah, he
boiled them
reacted,
accidentally.
so they won.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the voice lines aren't.
Yeah, instead
It's
of
beautiful.
reactivating him, you boil him alive.
Oh. That's fine. We probably should get rid of them anyway.
Probably.
No, not surprised he reacted.
Yeah.
Reaction content.
Yeah.
Damn it, I still don't have enough? Oh, okay. I guess another wave of starter weapon.
Good.
I gotta save like an extra like 1,500 still.
Can you trade in your current one? Is it not enough?
With my current one, I need an extra 1,500.
I mean, bigger question: who isn't making fun of him though?
Yeah, Manslayer made fun of him.
Manslayer?
Manslayer for gamer poop.
Oh yeah.
Put Trump in Fallout. It was great. Gonna wall out the mutants. Man, this is a nasty lab. How can they work in a place like this?
Have to
I
be
mean,
in
this is
the
pretty
wait. This is the
self-explanatory.
incubation area. So where's the log?
GTA 5 made fun of it. Yeah, I mean, like...
Everything.
Yeah.
So where's the log?
It was on the desk right by the button. Down there.
Oh, oh, I see it.
Somebody scared to just yell the wall. They knew what we were talking about.
I like this gun.
Did you shoot off both his arms and then his head? Just saw the Zed tuna shot, and like it lost its left arm, then it lost its right arm, and then it died by that headshot. Like that was brutal.
Wait, seriously, Kaz? That's amazing. Wow.
That's great. I love it. Oh, it's nice to see that the bubble dome actually does go down like a full sphere. You never really see
bubbles,
it from underneath, yeah.
Not sick today.
Should have called in sick today. No, actually, that would be bad, because if you're in a company that's fighting a biological weapon and you call in sick...
Yeah, they might just have to put the hurt on you.
Maybe just take some PTO.
Yeah.
Wait while I reload!
Are you one of those companies with unlimited PTO? What do you mean I can't take the year off?
What? Oh my god, husks are resistant to fire damage.
Impossible.
Surprising everyone.
Nice work, everyone!
Sorry, I mispronounced no one.
Yeah.
And by everyone, we mean me. I am the everyone.
Oh.
The pen
Good
and
to know.
ink in here is disgusting.
It's crazy, I know. Do I finally have enough? I do! Yay! Okay, let's see how this flamethrower goes. I gave it extra burning damage, extra burning tick rate, and 50% longer floor duration.
Oh, yes.
With like tar, so it should be good.
For extra floor killing.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
Yeah. I need to make sure the
is there
floor
any,
dies.
Is there any word about a PvP mode in this one?
Oh yeah, right. I forgot they had that.
That'd be neat. I didn't really do too much of the PvP.
They did add them later.
It was
in both
silly
the
to
other
do with
ones.
friends. Like
Yeah.
it was fun.
silly.
But that was about it.
The Left 4 Dead one felt more balanced, but I was just thinking names for flamethrowers. I burn when I PvP.
Yeah. Man, I love the I loved playing Killing Floor 2's PvP just because how stupid it was.
Yeah.
Like being able to just spam the Z abilities, like the rolling on the slashers. Like you weren't even killing anybody, you were just rolling around constantly.
That's a wrap.
Oh, wow.
Pod's closed.
I never played PvP. I had no idea.
The Patriarch is broken though, because someone gets to control them, and instead of having to run away
yeah.
to heal, they can just heal right in front of you back to full health. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Jeez, okay, yeah.
Is there a limit to that?
Yes, you only get like the same,
That's what I was thinking.
like 4 doses or whatever.
Yeah, what about Patriarch could have him fight
This
him?
place needs like a heavy industrial clean.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if that was an AI limitation or a physical limitation they put on it though.
Yeah, no, the player version also has the only the few doses. Wow, this fire is working great.
Yeah, fire is really good.
Fire burn good.
It's not great against 2/3 of the bosses, but
Yeah.
against
It's the same thing with like the bio.
I don't know, I feel
playing is
different
good.
with the Vulcan that's all decked up.
Well, yeah, the Vulcan.
Oh, I got Scrack right
is
here.
explosive as well, though, so it's a little.
I fell off.
I mean, I've been down here the whole time. cooking
Execute!
everything.
Execute!
It's bad to leave game covered in the ground.
I hear chainsaw.
Execute. Order B6.
Bingo. Burn everything! Oh, it's great. I don't want to burn you.
You need to back off.
I mean, burning this crack will at least make it panic, let other people shoot it.
Yeah.
There goes his head.
Oh, he shattered.
Yeah. Sharpshooter and Commando are definitely, like, really good against Scrakes in this. Like, ridiculously so. I'm surprised Gunslinger is the first class they're bringing back, though.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty excited about that. I got into Gunslinger.
Yeah, like, it's a great class. I'm just surprised that's the first
Yeah.
one they chose.
Yeah.
What else would they get?
That is also interesting to me. I thought
I
it'd be
guess
one of
that's
the
a good
classics.
question. I feel like SWAT is not really represented in this yet.
Oh yeah, I forgot about SWAT.
That's another one. I guess Berserker's kind of ninja.
A nice bleach solution.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Berserker right away.
I could see a second melee class though.
Well, they did
But
say
yeah, because they can be
environment.
very different.
they did say Berserker is coming back as a separate class. Like they confirmed that
Because
Ninja
all
is a Berserker.
all the heavier weapons. So I definitely can see Tank Zerker.
Which makes me excited because they said all the previous classes will come back in some form. So the engineer isn't demo or support as well. So
That's cool. So but they're all going to be a lot more specialized. So I'm very interested to see.
Yeah, I have no idea how they're
how
going to do
each
it.
of them will.
Yeah, I feel this game's got a bright future ahead of it.
Yeah.
Safety scalpels? What?
Safety scalpels.
You're a safety scalpel. Oh.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna put down shock traps, right? Like it doesn't really. They stay there until they get triggered. I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
Do the little guys trigger?
Yeah, I put them down
maybe.
all the time. The little guys will probably trigger them. Usually, like, I like to wait a bit.
I'm the
and then I'll
pink
throw
color.
one.
See, there's no... Oh, I guess red would be too close to blood, so they probably don't want to use red. I was just weirded out by the color palettes they chose for the 6-player color.
Ah.
That's going to be a pain if they add more players to the game. They're going to have to, like, figure out how to... Like, is every player just going to be an extra color, or will it randomly make a color?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't consider that.
Oh, we're on wave 5 already. 246 enemies. Holy cow. Okay. Oh, God. Wow, that poor Zed.
Didn't know what hit him.
He jumped to the fence and it just instantly incinerated.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
I love that you can name them and the name stays up there too. Like it says I'm using the hot stuff.
Oh, it actually shows. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, I got a flesh pound over here.
Cool.
I was just over there too. Sorry.
Nice. That's a quarter up. Making strides, team. 25%
I think
down.
flesh pounds, what did it say they were resistant to? I think everything but electricity and explosives. Oh man, he is pulling at like 2 frames a second. That was weird. Just the flesh pound was animating at like no frames. There's still a few bugs. Still a few bugs.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ignore that and go about my business.
I am surprised they did like say this was a full release and not, because every other game they've released in early access and then they basically took a year to like polish it up. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just say this one was early access and then take a year to polish it up.
I know, yeah. Well, maybe they were just worried about the stigma of early access, like
There
people
had
don't
like
buy
yeah.
that, so
yeah.
maybe
Like
that was
early
cut
access
to their
is
sales.
sometimes can like I tend to wait a little bit more.
I feel like
on
they'd have,
early now.
I feel like they'd have the opposite reception though, in the fact that like this is a very polished for an early access, but it's slightly unpolished for a finished product. It's kind of the
perhaps. I agree.
Still a very good game. Don't get me wrong. It's just I feel like they could have called it early access and got a better reception.
Yeah.
Especially because they are still planning to add modding and still planning to add like decoupled classes and like all the stuff that's on their beginning of their roadmap.
Yeah, they got all this other stuff planned for sure, so it's not like this is
Things are about to
complete
get hot.
game.
Oh, I'm not animating. Okay. Ah, there we go.
Oh.
The execution just was not animating that whole time. That was weird.
That and go about my business.
Yeah, there's obviously things to work out with this game, so I feel like they could have gotten away with releasing it as soon as they did if it was early access.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. You know, I can't justify why they decided to release it as soon as they did.
Yeah.
The way they did. But
it's definitely
they'd already delayed it once though.
Yeah, it's definitely
That's
also a lot
fair.
It's also a lot more polished than that first beta for sure.
It's definitely more polished.
Yeah, it feels
than
way
it
more polished.
was.
I'm a fan.
I guess I should get a secondary weapon in case I run out of ammo.
First aid is available.
I will also switch to an ammo bag because I want to drop an ammo bag somewhere. Where are we gonna fight this boy?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Or girl, depending.
That's true.
It could be the queen.
Actually, to be fair, we don't know the Chimera's gender, so they could all be girls.
That's a
I mean,
Chimera.
yeah,
It's
the
probably
Impaler
made
is also a
up of
girl.
Both parts.
Said by the devs.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the Crawler and the Impaler
Girls,
were
girls, girls.
confirmed
Yeah,
females.
but don't worry. Since I'm here, it's gonna be the Chimera.
Those are the girl foes we've been looking for.
Yeah.
Give me the Chimera.
The range is here.
Next wave in 1.
Impaler!
She is about to slay.
I mean, I don't mind Shark Waifu.
Land Shark.
You get 3 for the price of 1.
Yeah. Look at
Always the 3 of them!
Yeah.
I think with this many players, it'll almost always be 3.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised not with the other bosses.
Well, it's because Impaler's on the same tier as Fletchpounds and Scrapes. So it's a boss enemy, but it's considered
I
only
guess
a heavy.
Queen spawns ads.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wow, the green one's... Oh, God. Woohoo! My booty.
Yeah, that hit the spot.
That hurt.
I was trying to heal you, but you're on the opposite side of him.
Let's turn up the temperature here.
I'm gonna try and focus that red one.
Oh god, get on me. Ow.
Yeah, I'd probably say non-binary for Chimera.
Yeah, that would make sense. They probably... Or all. This Chimera could also be all.
Yeah.
I can be your boy toy. I can be your bride. Alright, Greenie says path.
Woo!
Is that green or is it more of a yellow?
It's hard to tell at this point, isn't it? I think it's a green skin from the icon, but the actual skin on it might be slightly different. I've just been kind of following the white one that's been after Soot. It has the least damage on it, though. Were the syringe bags dropped upstairs?
Yeah, about where we were respawning at. I think there's a couple down here too. Yeah, there's one right here where I'm at feet. Right here.
Oh, okay.
I just pinged it.
I'll come grab that one too. I'm pretty low, and I think you only get 1 per bag, so.
Mine have 2.
Ooh.
But
oh, you took that one. Nice.
yeah.
I'm low. Oh shit! Hi you. Ow.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Don't forget to grab syringes if you need them.
You should see it now.
whoa! Yeah, I just did.
Oh, there's a lot of bags down here of syringes.
Got 1.
Red's almost dead. White's pretty much at full still.
Woo! Oh, don't you fly away!
We got him. Probably white left.
Yeah.
Just nice.
But I'm not the cleanest person.
Oh, it's gassing.
This just takes
Don't
too
suck
long.
the
I don't know
gas.
if I'm hitting him,
I got knocked down.
but you'll get up again.
Get back up again!
Never gonna keep you down. They get knocked down.
No,
They
I
get up-
got
you.
confused.
Oh,
I'm bleeding out.
oh. Got knocked away!
The boss is trying to execute you, I think, while we're trying to pick you up.
Oh, fuck off! Yeah!
Because it kept knocking you away.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. And it puts me down.
I wonder if all the Phase 2 bosses try to actually get executions.
It's likely. do it.
Yeah. But like it seemed like it was prioritizing like hitting you while we were trying to pick you up.
Yeah.
Good job.
Oh yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter because you fucking failed.
Yeah. Oh. We might have to call it there though. I didn't think it was gonna go to midnight.
Yeah, bedtime for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain is liquefied.
That was good. I'm glad we at least got to play one with Tuda.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be on. I can always poke you over the weekend too.
Yeah.
If you want to play more.
Like you were saying, Sunday might be very free for you, and all my stuff on Sunday pretty much got cancelled, so you can poke me anytime.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're busy on Saturday. So yeah, Sunday we'll be on. I will poke you
So
for the floor of killing.
So Suit, you gotta take us back to the stronghold.
Okay. Oh shoot. How do I leave? How do I leave?
Escape and then return with party to stronghold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been a pleasant experience.
Yeah.
Oh man, so much.
Again.
Hope everyone
Floor
enjoyed
killing.
seeing some killing of floors as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close out the game before I look for someone to raid because
It's probably
it
a
will
good
do weird
idea.
As
coding
good for
stuff.
you as it was
Yeah.
for me. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's
Every minute,
so much
bro.
fun.
I mean, considering I was using the penetrator and the pounder, I feel like it was a good time.
Yeah, for sure. Sunday, yeah, if you're interested, hit me up.
Yeah.
I might be playing Peak with a buddy, but if plans fall through, then yeah, I'll definitely be available.
And if
Yeah,
you're
we have a friend staying over Saturday, so we'll be busy.
Yeah.
Busy with that. Then I guess whenever they head out on Sunday, yeah, we'll be on.
And if you're all in our community or on our Discord, make sure to come and join in Killing Floor 2 on August 2nd if you want to join in
I
that.
would love to be there.
Yeah, that's gonna be a
Oh,
that's
I
gonna
see
be another
someone
big one.
playing Killing Floor 3.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that numbskull. They... yeah, I'll send the name.
Yeah, I don't think I have them. Send oh, I just got the achievement for doing 10 multiplayer matches. Nice.
Very cool. All right, well, I'm going to pop off the voice call for now. I hope you two have a lovely evening. Suit and Tweak.
Oh, you
Have a good
too,
Friday.
and everybody here.
We're gonna send you over to more
I can
Killing Floor.
feel my
You all have
brain
a lot of
dying
time,
now.
For sure.
Yeah.
After all the
Our
murder.
schedule is going to be up for next week on Sunday. We don't quite know what we're doing next because like we were so hyped for this week. We were kind of like Killing Floor, Killing Floor, Killing Floor, Killing Floor.
Maybe more Killing
But,
Floor.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
There will
I
be
wouldn't mind doing another Friday.
There will be Tingle on Monday. So anyone that wants to
good.
see some Tingle time.
Final art fight.
Yeah, art fight on Tuesday. And there might be the first Groton happening
Yeah,
next
I
week
was
as
gonna
well,
ask
so.
about that.
So
it might be a full
yeah.
week.
So look forward to that, and go enjoy some more Killing Floor. Thanks for coming out, and I'm sure you'll see more Killing Floor from us. So
Yes.
in the meantime, don't trust those flesh pounds. They will pound your flesh.
Mhm.
I guess it's in the name. So
Oh.
bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night.